We can't hear.
I don't think he start talking.
They have started, but we can't hear.
Have they?
Yes.
We can't hear. We can't hear.
Clark, we cannot hear you.
Even me, I can't hear anything.
Even me, I cannot hear anything. Good morning, colleagues.
Good morning, Honorable Mary.
But have they started? That's my thing.
They have started probably, but you can't hear them.
No, I can't.
Even myself, I cannot hear.
Unless if it's Chinese, but even Chinese we can hear a bit.
Good morning.
There is no sound of any
Bonjour,
language.
papa. Comment ça va?
Yeah.
Comment ça va?
Yeah.
I think we need to make enough noise so that they don't continue.
You can hear you can hear
Honorable
the French.
Mary, how are you?
So,
I'm good, Ambassador Fatuma. How are you?
Oh my God, it's a long time.
We need to learn sign language.
We are missing each other, honestly.
Yes, you know, you cannot hug on this virtual.
Who is making that?
We have to learn about virtual hug.
I think that is correct.
We give signs.
We need to use signs, yes. This will be over. Let's persevere.
No, I think it's one of the lessons learned, and you've been advocating for it. So I hope in future, even when we don't have money, we can use virtual rather than being at home for 6 months.
and we are getting better at it, which is, you know.
By the
way,
even when you see the amount of work we've done, it's a lot.
Yeah, it's not bad at all, considering the limitations.
To me,
Yes.
I'm actually happier that we are working than complete silence. Silence was killing me.
Indeed.
True.
This is much better. We are alive at least.
Yes,
Yeah,
that's true.
Please put up your hands if you if there is work going on and we can't hear. Put up your hands so that the speaker can recognize us.
You know, when you put up your hand, you'll think you are in support of what they are doing. Raise your hand.
Make sure you understand what it is yourself.
Good morning, Mheshimiwa Gaideng, Mheshimiwa Mgeni,
Good morning, everyone.
Mheshimiwa Fatma.
Morning, Honorable First.
Oh my God.
Good morning,
Good
honorable
morning.
It looks
Good
like
morning,
the ladies are hyper this morning.
My only problem with this whole arrangement is that we wasted a whole 6 months. We should have worked virtually. I mean,
yeah, but you remember Mheshimiwa Caroline,
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Mugeni talked about it since March.
Yes.
Yes.
Indeed.
People did not want to hear her and us. I remember
but
very well.
you know, it's always good to try, and when you try and doesn't work,
Yes.
At that
lessons are
time,
learned.
members they didn't want to give leeway to members, the partner state who are not contributing, to give a virtual excuse. But now it comes to light why we need it. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we have learned and we can't go back now.
But of course, next time we have to meet physically. For me, I'm tired of this.
Not only
Once
that,
in a while,
we need to have hybrid.
It's like we are forgetting our faces. We are forgetting each other's faces.
hybrid is necessary, and there are certain things you cannot do fully virtual. Even this one is so difficult because look, the general purpose report took a very long time to
Yeah.
and
That's
even
true.
us,
I
we
can
really
imagine how
struggled.
doing account report virtually. Oh my God.
See, you are talking about the ideal situation, but we
You see, I think the speaker has not started yet. I don't know, maybe they are having a bit of a kerfuffle with this online.
we can't even see them. We can't see
The clerk, if the clerk can see us, maybe we can write a message down there so that everyone can see.
Are they not in commission meeting?
All this problem, courtesy of
No, we are not in commission.
At least the clerk should say something to us.
Mr. Speaker.
All
can you hear
this
us?
problem, courtesy of a word starting with P.
Don't go there.
Now he will say, I am looking for controversy.
These parasites are just sucking our blood.
Us there.
The parasites are just sucking our blood.
Oh, no. Honorable.
Sankok, you're out of order.
That's
Out
really
of order.
Then you come in of order and say how we can solve the issue of parasite. You can be in of order.
You come
know
again.
how to remove parasites.
We needed you yesterday when we wanted an entertainer.
Thank you.
Are you back with that word again?
I'm okay. I'm now living.
The problem is that this time it's anyway.
We need peace, Mr. Masankok. Let's move.
And it's also not parliamentary language.
We get used to these things, so don't actually give it a name.
Sure.
Good morning, Honorable Gaideng. How are you?
Never go and eat Sankok's food. He will be a problem.
Good morning, Honorable Sangatogware. How are you?
I'm okay. How is Juba?
Excellent. Juba is very nice. You know, it's so cool. It's amazing. Very beautiful weather.
Honorable guy wants some groundnuts. Sent by DHL.
Absolutely. This no problem. This season I'll even bring it grinded and ready.
There's been a message going around that
I will be harvesting in end of August.
Did you have a good harvest, Honorable Gaideng?
Yeah, last year it wasn't bad. Good. Last year wasn't bad, Honorable Mary. I had 150 bags from like 10 fadans. So, but this time I'm doing like 30 to 40 fadans, so not bad at all.
Very well done.
Yes. I want to expand, so I'm learning. Yeah.
Farming is the way to go.
It is. I was very impressed with your farm.
I've been in
Honorable
agriculture
Mary.
for the last 5 years with Honorable Mary, but I haven't learned anything about farming.
No, you didn't. You just didn't put it in practice, Mushiria.
You've learned, but you still... Fatima, come and join my camp because I have never believed on the politics of agriculture so far.
Oh, maybe I'll come and check, and maybe you can
come because you can
induct me because I've tried
the politics around and the hunger which is around the people and whatever. I say this is not really matching. We are not walking the talk.
Small.
Is it coffee or tea or what? What
Everything
are you growing?
For me, when it comes to GMO and whatever, I'm saying we can do differently and better.
When you plant tea, let me know.
I think the tea does not need those GMO things.
Alex, good morning.
You don't have to, Honorable Francine. I mean, I don't use any, different seeds. I don't even use fertilizer. Luckily our land is really very fertile.
Reason why?
You don't need to use those fertilizers. You can use the organic.
Yeah, organic. I use cow dung.
Yes, organic. Yeah.
Yes. Why do we need to go with those pesticides and whatever?
We don't. We really don't.
Really not.
It depends on the land, Honorable Francine. In Rwanda, we can't not use it.
Yes, and even pesticides, you can't run away if your crops are infected. So it's all about...
but we are now comfortable with those pesticides as if we can't change.
Honorable Odi also have a farm.
I do.
That's why she is now advocating for it.
to set up like Eala, I don't know,
You
farming
people should all
cooperative
go
or
in
regional
agriculture and
cooperative
teach
and
us how to do
learn
it
from each other.
practically.
Malodi, you will never convince me to go with those pesticides.
I also have a cattle farm.
At least you
Oh
are
yeah,
using
honestly,
your own
so yours
organic.
is amazing.
And I really have to use the right pesticide for the parasites.
Okay, the speaker, they said they're resolving the technical issue within 10 minutes, so we have to wait.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
they
our
haven't,
Thank you,
spokesperson.
Honorable Farhana.
they haven't started.
Honorable members, we can start because they have resolved
Morning, Speaker.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Honorable Speaker.
Morning.
Good morning, everyone. You start first.
Good morning.
Honorable members,
Mayor.
let's start by praying again because we had prayed before, but you were not following me. Let's pray again and start. Almighty God, who in wisdom and goodness has appointed the offices of leaders in Parliament for the welfare of society, good of all human lives upon it and the just government of its people, we beseech you to look with your abundant favor upon us, your servants, whom you have entrusted with the performance of such important trust in this community. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and the grant that we may treat and consider all matters that should come under our attention and deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of this region and of those whose interests you have committed to us. Amen.
Item number 1 from the order paper, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, good morning, everyone. Thank you for having been on time today. I know that yesterday we finished late in the evening. And as you can see, the program we had before has changed. On the program we had, it's CTI that had to bring its two reports here today, this morning. But they told us. So I propose that we start with item number 6 after laying papers, so that we can give members time to read the report on legal.
Item number 2 from the order paper, laying of papers.
Chair of Committee on Legal, Rules and Privilege, you can lay the report.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the East African Community Payment and Settlement System integration. I beg to lay.
Thank you. Roman 2, Chair of Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, lay your report.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the report of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources on agroecology within the EAC region. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
We proceed with item number 6 from the order paper, motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the EAC Council of Ministers and partner states to promote agroecology to strengthen food sovereignty and food security. Motion.
Honorable Francois, you can move your motion.
Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move that this assembly do resolve to urge the EAC Council of Ministers and the partner states to promote agroecology, to strengthen food sovereignty and food security in the region. I beg to move.
Thank you. Seconders. You have
I second.
Thank you. You have seconders. Now you can justify your motion.
Mr. Speaker, I would request the IT to scroll as I read through the motion, because Mr. Markwen agreed to be facilitating to share the screen. If the IT can hear me, please. Can you share your screen?
He's hearing you. He will.
Yes. Before I start.
Not that one.
May I be starting as waiting for the screen?
Yes,
motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the EAC Council of the Ministers and the partner states to promote agroecology to strengthen food sovereignty and food security. Moved under Articles 49 2D, 59(1), 105, and 110 of the Treaty and Rules of Procedure, Rule 26 of the Rules of Procedure of the Assembly. Whereas, under Article 105 of the treaty, partner states undertook to cooperate in the agricultural sector to achieve food security and rational agricultural production within the community by ensuring food sufficiency, increasing the production of crops for domestic consumption and export, and whereas prioritizing agroecology and sustainable agricultural practices is fundamental to ensuring food security, environmental sustainability, and climate resilience within the community, aware that agroecology emphasizes improving the livelihoods and well-being of farmers, workers, and communities involved in food production, noting that agriculture is the mainstay of EAC economies, contributing on average 27% of GDP and employing over 70% of the population, and that agricultural commodities constitute about 65% of the volume of intra-regional trade in the EAC, recalling the global commitment under the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal SDG 2 to end hunger, achieve food security and improve the nutrition, and promote sustainable agriculture by 2030, appreciating the Council for developing and the partner states for implementing several policies and strategies to promote agriculture and food security, including the EAC Agriculture and Rural Development Policy, the EAC Food and Nutrition Security Policy, and the EAC Food Security Action Plan, which have incorporated principles that align with agroecology, such as diversified food production, improved soil fertility, reduced dependence on external inputs, adoption of climate-smart agriculture, and enhanced resilience to climate shocks, acknowledging with gratitude the technical and financial support provided by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, and the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, CFROT, to the Community on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources to facilitate enhancement of the capacity of the members in agroecology and food system transformation, recognizing with appreciation the partner states that have adopted the national agroecology strategies designed to strengthen national food system policies, but agroecology on the policy agenda and address issues from agricultural production to natural resource management, value chains, and markets, convinced that promoting agroecology contributes to empowering communities to control their food systems, thereby addressing the root causes of hunger and malnutrition, fostering resilience, and promoting environmental and social justice. Concerned that despite the broadly supportive regional frameworks of agroecology, there are still implementation gaps, such as Roman 1, lack of institutional coordination. Roman 2, inadequate role of agricultural extension services in promoting agroecological knowledge and practices to smallholder farmers. Roman 3, limited involvement of small-scale women and youth farmers who should play a pivotal role in the transition to agroecological farming. Roman 4, limited financial resources and incentives for farmers to adopt agroecological methods. Roman 5, limited awareness and capacity building, train farmers and integrate agroecology in agricultural education. Roman 6, lack of comprehensive disaggregated trade data specifically for agroecological products, which remain largely unrecorded in official statistics, while they could play a significant role in formally recognized and supported. Invoking the provisions of Article 49, sub-Article 2D of the treaty, which empowers the Assembly to discuss any matter pertaining to the community and make recommendations to the Council. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Assembly as follows: that in accordance with Articles 49, sub-Article 2D, and Article 59, sub-Article 1 of the treaty, the Assembly, A, commends the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO, and the Center for Food and Adequate Living Rights, CIFROT, for the financial and technical support extended to the community on agriculture, tourism, and natural resources to support the capacity building seminar on agroecology held in November 2024 in the Republic of Uganda, and urges the Council and the partner states to enhance the implementation of regional policies and legal frameworks that foster cooperation and policy coherence to support sustainable and resilient agroecological systems in East Africa. 2, to enhance the promotion and facilitating agricultural extension services in effectively promoting agroecological knowledge and practices to smallholder farmers within the community, to enhance support and efforts to train farmers and raise public awareness on agroecology to boost agriculture and food security. That one was Roman 3. Roman 4, to strengthen programs to support smallholder farmers, local communities, and civil society organizations through training, access to organic inputs, integrate agroecology into agricultural education, promote awareness campaigns in order to accelerate the adoption of agroecological methods. 5, to promote multi-stakeholder engagement, including government, civil society, private sector, academia, and farming communities in advancing agroecology across the region, and the formation of regional alliances, platforms, and knowledge sharing networks to promote best practices, innovations, and experiences related to agroecology. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move. Am I audible?
Members, the motion on the floor is that this assembly do resolve to urge the EAC Council of Ministers and partner states to promote agroecology to strengthen food sovereignty and food security. Debate is open.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission,
Yes, Honorable Chair.
Yes, at the beginning, after just reading through the motion to move it, if you may allow me to justify a little bit, because it's paramount for this clarification to be also put on Hansard as a justification of the motion.
Yes, you can. You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I will be brief as I justified this motion, because it's very important that members knows about the background of the motion. First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, this is a committee motion for the information. I have moved it on behalf of the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, but since the rules of procedure of the Assembly don't provide for a committee to be the mover of the motion, I'm doing it on their behalf. So it should be captured in the Hansard. And Mr. Speaker, the right to adequate food enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights and recognized in the African Charter on Human and People's Rights mandates EAC partner states to ensure access to sufficient, to safe, and nutritious food for all. Agroecology supports these rights by promoting diverse, locally adapted crops and sustainable farming practices that enhance food availability and accessibility. The Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program, CADEP, Strategy 2026-2035, starting from next year, emphasize nutrition-sensitive agriculture and agroecology focus on diverse, nutrient-rich diets that directly addresses issues of stunting for children under the age of 5, and also for the 280 million Africans facing chronic hunger, ensuring no one in the community, no one in Africa is left behind in accessing adequate food. So this Kampala Declaration also that accompanied the CADEP strategy of January 2025 commit EAC partner states to sustainable, inclusive food systems, targeting a 50% reduction in post-harvest losses and 30% of agricultural land under sustainable management by 2035. Remember, this House already approved a resolution for EAC partner states to cater for harvest, to reduce losses, and also to reduce wastage of agricultural products in this region. Agroecology aligns with these goals by fostering biodiversity, soil health, and climate resilient practices in support to declarations and also this strategy of the triple intra-African trade and raise locally processed food to 35% of agri-food GDP. And it ensures equitable food systems that leave no one behind, particularly marginalized rural communities that need our advocacy as members of parliament. Again, Mr. Speaker, women produce 80% of Africa's food, yet face systemic barriers in land access and resources. So the Kampala Declaration prioritizes inclusivity, targeting 30% women's participation in agri-food value chains by 2035. Aware that gender disparities and social norms can hinder women's full participation in agroecological practices, access to resources, and decision-making processes, and we recognize that climate change impacts men and women differently, with women often being more vulnerable due to limited access to productive resources, services, and also information. And as we commit to mainstreaming gender equality and empowering women and marginalized groups in all aspects of agroecology and food security initiatives, we want to ensure that policies and programs promote equal access to resources, to knowledge, and also decision-making platforms. As I wind up, agroecology empowers women farmers through low-cost, community-based practices like seed saving and intercropping, aligning with their traditional roles. By prioritizing women in agroecology, We are also contributing to their training and market access. So this motion ensures their contribution to food security and uphold the right to adequate food, leaving no farmer behind, especially women. And also we want to go through the agricultural transformation. And I take this opportunity to inform this August House that Eala was granted a seat in the International Steering Committee of the International Year of the Woman Farmer that will be celebrated next year. Mr. Speaker, without taking much of the justification, as I also have two seconders, though one was just acknowledged on this motion, Honorable Miriam James and also Honorable James Sadia. So the two James names are supposed to be seconders of this motion, though the LPD just decided to put one. I want to put this on record, but also we are supporting agriculture in EAC partner states as a moral and strategic imperative aligned with the CADEP strategy and the Kampala Declaration. Agroecology builds the resilience, inclusive food system, empowering women farmers, and addressing climate and nutritional challenges. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. As debate has been opened, I will start giving the floor to your seconders. If I start with Honorable Sadia and Honorable Milia. Are they around? Honorable Francoise, maybe they're not, are they with us?
Unless they're having challenges of connection. If they are not around, because members seconded this when you put the question, any other member can proceed because it was seconded by not even them being around. So
we will give them to Caroline, to Aisha, and
myself, Honorable.
To Musanga Batware, to Honorable Fatuma, then we proceed with others. Honorable Caroline, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to support the motion, urging the Council and partner states to promote agroecology as a vital strategy for strengthening food sovereignty and food security. I want to start by thanking our chair of the Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources Committee for managing to table this motion in this short plenary session, and also to take advantage right now to take the opportunity to congratulate her for ably chairing our committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources, which has been a very vibrant committee under her chairmanship. So I stand, Mr. Speaker, I stand to support the motion for several reasons. First of all, the current food systems are not sustainable. Firstly, they produce a lot. I'm looking at it mostly from the climate change angle. We all know that our countries are facing a problem of climate change. So the way we are producing today, the statistics are clear. The current food systems produce about 1/3 of greenhouse gases. They are also responsible for 80% of biodiversity losses. That's how the current food systems are. At the same time, the current food systems use up to 70% of the freshwater resources that we have. At the same time, the current food systems pollute the soil, air, and water. Again, the current systems are vulnerable to climate change. And at the same time, as the Honorable Chair of ATNR mentioned, they do not address what they call the triple burden of malnutrition. She talked about underweight, overweight, you know, all these other things of malnutrition. So this basically we have a problem. And then at the same time, there's also they kind of maintain kind of social inequity. We've been talking about. There'll be an opportunity to talk about that. So if we adopt agroecological practices, we have looked and seen what we looked and saw what is being done, and I think we will explore more because we happen to know what is being done in a few countries, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in the United Republic of Tanzania. We have had a few case studies, but most of the case studies that we've had are in the Western African region, the Sahel region, where they are really suffering. But we know that there are pockets of activities that are being done within our countries, but we want to have it as a cohesive, coherent strategy that is being promoted. Because it provides solutions, at least I'll look at just mainly the solutions in combating climate change through various methods, including by improving soil health, sustainable use of water, and also with the pests and disease management. Because right now with climate change, new pests are coming, new diseases, and we don't want to rely on pesticides. So by using agroecological practices, we can be able to deal with these pests and the diseases, and also with resilient extreme weather events. So one of the issues that comes about is that there were issues to do with the current food systems that there was a bit of worry that the food mass production is not possible through agroecology. But again, that comes back to the investment that is put into promoting it. If the same investment that has been put into promoting the current health systems is taken into our research and development in agroecological practices, then the production to scale will also be possible. So I think, let me stop there, but just to again emphasize that by adopting agroecological practices, communities can contribute to climate change mitigation and while promoting sustainable food systems and environmental health. With those few remarks, I submit and I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Caroline. The next is Honorable Aisha.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like to thank the Committee on Agriculture for laying this kind of motion, which is very, very important today. While we're talking about these modern agriculture practices, we have also to understand what are the ecological processes which have been harmed by those traditional agriculture practices by this deforestation, water pollution, but also the greenhouse emission, which led to harder those ecological processes like pollination, pest control, and soil fertility. Those are very, very important for the health of the ecology, but also by thinking about how we can increase the agriculture productivity. And then this motion is very important. I would like to ask the members to support this motion, because while we're protecting those ecological processes, I highlighted before, and those are very, very important while we're talking about this interaction between animals and plants to see how they can increase productivity. And this is agroecology as an agriculture practices. They've been found to foster these ecological services, and by fostering these ecological services, we will have a high productivity and immediately ensure a long food security, as it has been mentioned by the mover. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to support this motion, because for me, as someone in ecology, I'm thinking about those ecological services, which are very, very important, not only for productivity, but also to see how we can be resilient vis-a-vis to this climate change, And I guess with this agroecology, by introducing this modern agriculture in East African community, in our partner state, in our farmers, I guess that we will be able to deal with this climate change, but also to see how we can increase the food security by the high productivity, and therefore see that 2030 will be there after being relying with this commitment of ending the hunger in East African community. So with this few remark, I would like to say that I support strongly this motion, and I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
For supporting the motion. And I give the floor to the next, Honorable Musanga Batware, then Honorable Ndangiza, then Honorable Tazana.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for once again granting me the opportunity to speak. I wish to sincerely thank Honorable Françoise Umukiza for timely moving the motion for a resolution of the Assembly urging the Council and the partner states to promote agroecology to strengthen food security, sovereignty, and food security. Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members, food security ensures access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, while food sovereignty emphasizes the right of communities to control their own food system. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a number of achievements. Let me mention very few. I can mention, first of all, adoption of a better agricultural policies, improved food access in some countries, technological use in farming, like mobile, improved seeds, among others, expansion of school feeding programs, and so on. We also have some challenges like climate change and extreme weather, which disrupts production, conflict, which displaces farmers and destroys food systems, heavy reliance on food imports increases vulnerability, poor harvest losses due to poor infrastructure, land grabs, among others. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, Africa is making progress, but achieving lasting food security and sovereignty requires more investment in local food systems, land rights, agroecology, and inclusive policy making. Right, Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I end my intervention and then declare again that I support this motion moved by Honorable Umukiza Françoise.
Sorry, I had said that the next is Honorable Ndangiza, and after Honorable Ndangiza, you have Honorable Tazana, then Honorable Marie Mugenyi.
Speaker, I want to add my voice as well.
Yes, and after
the other voices also want to speak on this motion.
I'm also here, Right Honorable Speaker. My hands is up.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. At the outset, I would like to start by thanking Honorable Françoise Umukiza, the chairperson of Agriculture. She said she's just a spokesperson, but the motion was agreed upon by all the members of Agriculture Committee. And I also want to declare that I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee, and I believe that this is a timely motion. Right, Honorable Speaker, agriculture and food security is an important component of regional in East African regional integration, but also African integration. Article 105 of our treaty talks about cooperation in the area of agriculture and food security. And the overall objective of this cooperation in the agriculture sector are the achievement of food security and rational agriculture production within the community. The partner states undertook to adopt a scheme for rationalization of agricultural production with a view to promoting complementarity and specialization in the sustainability of national agricultural programs in order to achieve, among others, food sufficiency within the community, but also to increase in the production of crops, livestock, fisheries, and forest products for domestic consumption, exports within and outside the community, and inputs to agro-based industries within the community, and many other objectives. So, Right Honorable Speaker, when you build on this treaty attachment or giving importance to this agriculture and food security and emphasizing the issue of rational agriculture development and also complementarity, I see agroecology as an alternative and a complementary agriculture approach that is environmental friendly, that builds on indigenous technologies. And I think that's where the issue of sovereignty comes in, because we are used to technologies that are generated from outside, that are external to our people. But this one is building on indigenous technologies that are familiar, that our people are familiar with. For example, if you talk about organic farming, the use of compost manure as an alternative to fertilizers, the way they use mulching to improve on soil fertility, all these are local knowledges that once we improve on them, and that is what agroecology is doing, is to ensure that we are self-sufficient, that we are self-reliant, but we are also sovereign in our own way. And I'll give an example. Recently, when the war between Russia and Ukraine started, you know, one of the continents that were mostly affected was Africa in the area of food, because I learned that we are importing a lot of wheat from these countries. We are importing fertilizers from Ukraine and even Russia, in addition to gas. And you can imagine being affected by a war in Ukraine and Russia, when Africa has plenty of arable land that is fertile, but you also have farmers, especially the smallholder farmers, who have indigenous knowledge. But the fact that you haven't been valuing it, then we become vulnerable to external shocks, including wars. By embracing agroecology, we should be able to address some of these issues. We should be, as Africans and East Africa.
Mr. Speaker, procedure, because I'm the one taking, you know, the inputs of members for recognition. Mheshimiwa Ambassador Fatuma, network is lagging, sometimes cut. So if she's cut, she has to repeat the sentence so that we can understand for answer the purpose.
Where was it cut so that I know where to start from?
Yes, after we were affected, mostly, the following sentence was not captured as Africans.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Francoise. I was just giving an example of the Ukraine and the Russian war that affected Africa, including East Africa, in the area of food security, because we've been so much reliant on fertilizers and also some foods like wheat. And for me, I thought this was a lesson learned for Africa and East Africa in particular, that in future, we shouldn't be affected by these external shocks and wars. And that's where I connect it with this agroecology, ecology, that prides or maybe values local knowledge in areas of farming, including organic farming. And I was also giving an example of trying to promote organic fertilizers, seed security. East Africa and Africa in general is importing a lot of seed, and yet our grandfathers and mothers used to produce their own seed. And I believe all these are areas where agroecology can support our farmers. It is a holistic approach that applies ecological principles. It interacts, it optimizes interaction with agricultural systems. Agroecology also is contributing to incomes. So there is also an element of economic empowerment of our people, including the smallholder farmers who are mainly women, but it can also create jobs for the youth of East Africa. So without taking much of the time, I just wanted to emphasize that this is an important technology that is building on our indigenous systems, but it also has an element of science. So we see science and practice together. And I remember in November when we were in Kampala, after undertaking a capacity building activity with the support of FAO and other key stakeholders, we were taken because, you know, when you interact or interrogate some of these terminologies in a boardroom, sometimes it is far-fetched. But we were taken to a place called Mokono, where we interacted with farmers. A lady, highly educated, she has a lot of experience in many things, but she decided to focus on agroecology. And we enjoyed breakfast in her farm, very delicious sweet bananas and food that you could see that was secure food for our health. And as if that was not enough, we also visited another area not far from Mokono. I think it's close to Gayaza, when we visited a restaurant, agroecology restaurant. But the food we enjoyed, from fruits, from vegetables, I wish we were all there to enjoy and see what agroecology means, even in our in our own nutrition, but also our own health, because nowadays there is a lot of fast food, so many food that is affected by chemicals, pesticides that are not good for us, and we might even be getting so many diseases today as a result of this nutrition because of the technologies that we are importing. So in short, I just want to say, let us support it. This is a good approach to agriculture and farming. And I want to urge EAC to come up with a policy and a strategy on agroecology. I know in some of our partner states it's happening, but for harmonization purposes, it's important that we take a common approach. As East Africa, we shouldn't shy away from these new technologies, especially when they prioritize the knowledge of our people. And of course, we have to be cautious. We don't have to take everything. We can pick, and we can pick the best out of everything that works for our people, and what we think doesn't work for us, we leave it out. So with those remarks, I want to once again support the motion. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Ndangiza. We have the next to support, who is Rutazana Francine. Please try to be brief to allow others items to have a chance.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I start by thanking the Honorable Francoise for a timely motion, which is reviving our mind on how we can go with the ecology, agroecology, which in my mind is referring to the food for good health. And for me, good health in our days is referring to the use of organic farming rather than going for the use of the GMO farming. When we see how, for example, people from the north, the Western people in their countries, when they want to have a collaborate with, have partnership with our countries, they come in our countries and see the farmers who are using the organic method for producing what they want them to be exported. But when we see how our countries are excited to send our students to go and learn, be educated on how to produce GMOs products, that is really an aspect that has to be included in this motion to help our side thinking about producing food which is healthy for our populations. Right Honorable Speaker, food security, yes, is essential to guarantee that individuals have consistent access to an adequate supply of safe and nutritious food to fulfill their dietary requirements. However, the 4 pillars of food security encompasses availability, access, utilization, and stability. When these elements are integrated with agroecology, they pave the way for the reduction or even elimination of chemicals, fertilizers, and pesticides, while promoting biodiversity-based solutions. Right Honorable Speaker, there is a pressing need to persist in advocating for our partner states to intensify their effort in utilizing organic means for production. This approach aims to mitigate the adverse effects of chemical fertilizers and the GMOs, which, although they may increase food production in terms of quantity, but they have significant repercussion on our health. Agriculture policy in our partner states, I am advocating for them to revisit and devise a strategy that prioritizes the use of organic fertilizers. And the region, I know we possess a substantial number of cattle and the knowledge and the people who are able to help our farmers to use organic fertilizers for good health. Right Honorable Speaker, I support the motion, but continue advocating for the promotion of agroecology policies under the window of promotion of organic means, which increases soil fertility, increasing agriculture production in the area of food security, to promote food for good health of the citizens of the East African community. I support the motion and thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Farada.
Thank you, Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. to actually add my voice on Honorable Francois' motion regarding the resolution of the Assembly urging the Council and partner states to promote agroecological, to strengthen food sovereignty and food security. And this is a timely motion, Mr. Speaker. And agroecology is more than an alternative. It is a necessity in the face of ecological collapse, youth unemployment, rising of hunger. Our region must lead with innovations rooted in our values and our lands. And let us put our farmers, our environments, and our future at the center of our food system policies. Through agroecology, we can nourish our people, dignify our farmers, and restore harmony with nature. This is our African solution and not an African problem. Mr. Speaker, much as I contribute on this, I would like to expand on a few crucial areas that need a bit of looked into. There is a broader geopolitical context and justifications. There is a deeper alignment with the continental and global frameworks. And we do a concrete follow-up mechanism and accountability structures. The time for change is now. Our food systems are broken, not by lack of effort, but by misalignment of priorities. Agroecology is not about going backwards. It is about going forward with wisdom. It is the path of dignity for our farmers, the path of resilience for our climate, and path of sovereignty for our region. And let East Africa lead the way. Mr. Speaker, I support the motion, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Falada, and the honorable members again. Try to be brief so that we can consider others items. Then we have Honorable Kennedy Mukulia, Honorable Sadia James, and Honorable Gideon Gaptan, and we will stop there.
It's me, Mr. Speaker.
Who else have their hands up?
Speaker, it's my turn.
Yes, it's you. I'm very sorry. You were even number 6. You were before Honorable Falada. You have the floor. Then after you, Honorable Kennedy, and Sadia, and Gideon.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, just like a few of my colleagues ahead of me, I also declare that I'm a member of the Agriculture Committee. So I am part of the sponsorship of this motion. Mr. Speaker, I want to thank our chair, Honorable Francoise, for a job well done. She's represented us well and she has led us well. And since this might be one of the last sessions with her as our chair, I also want to acknowledge that the committee under her leadership has been really vibrant, looking for opportunities and keeping it busy until we were unable to meet. But otherwise, it's been a good committee. We thank you for this job, Honorable Chair. Mr. Speaker, agroecology combines agriculture and ecology, focusing not just on food production, but on how farming interacts with the environment, society, and culture. Mr. Speaker, when we were attending the workshop in Mukono, Uganda, and listening to speakers after one another, looking at the farm where we had breakfast and where we met as an example of a farmer that is practicing agroecology, to me, it was just like first and foremost, you are telling me the obvious. This is what I grew up doing. This is what the African farming system was all about. We grew food. We did not know about fertilizers. There were no pesticides. And in most cases, up to now, we still use available manure, and also the interaction of animals and crops, trees, and different nature, limited weeding, and not cleaning the land completely. These are our farming systems. So to me, it was like the world finally has recognized the African way of life and farming, and how farming is part and parcel of our cultures, whether crop or animals or whatever. So it's a good system, and one can go on and on about it. And since you have cautioned us about time, I will not dwell much on the privileges or the advantages of agroecology. I'm going instead to go on the other side, because everyone that supports this motion is definitely going to be highlighting what the presenter or the mover of the motion has said. But what I would like to do is to caution that we must also be aware of the possible challenges. These possible challenges might include lower yields, and our governments, our ministries of agriculture must be ready to deal with this. In a world where agricultural yield is paramount with growing populations, and when you look at our particular situation in Africa, you realize that our young group is even bigger than the older group. We keep increasing from down, getting fewer at the top. So that means that our populations are increasing, and agriculture is our mainstay. So unless we really come up with support systems, right training for our farmers, and very well and solid researched policies, agricultural policies, we may face the problem of lowering our yields when the food demand is even higher, and when it needs, in other words, I'm saying this is a good system, and I wish this indeed could be kept. But I'm saying there is a lot that needs to be done in order for agroecology to produce enough food that will be able to sustain our growing populations. The other issue would be training our farmers, train them in such a way that they will know how to increase their yield, given the fact that now they are limited on adding artificial fertilizers and so on. And what about those parts of Africa or of the world where the soil fertility is lower and where there is limited access, for example, to manure from animals? Look at an example of the Sahel region, where I once went for a meeting. I remember it was in Mali, somewhere towards the north, in Timbuktu, if I can precisely remember the place. And we visited the farmers there. And to me, it was, this is just too much. I realized where we are in East Africa, we are very privileged to be farming in the environment in which we are. But there are farming conditions, soils, the dryness of the land, the shortage of water, where you think something that is more drastic, that has, just like people in the deserts are using the desert to produce food, there you need more technology, more machinery, more research that goes beyond just agroecology, but is willing to add in more than what agroecology presents to us right now. Mr. Speaker, having said that, I support the motion, but with caution. I submit, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mary Mugenyi. It is now 12, and as I can see, we have many members who would like to support this motion. And if we give the floor to all of them, we will not be able to put the question. And when we have others items that have to be given a chance. So now
Point of information, right, Honorable Speaker?
Yes.
Just to allay the fears you have, because we have another report related to agroecology. I believe with this debate on this motion, which is also related to the debate, we shall save time on the debate on the report. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
Another information as the mover, Mr. Speaker, is that Honorable Sadia is online, and Honorable Miria James also noticed that he got challenge of connection, but once he's given the floor, he can also open the mic. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we give the floor to Honorable Sadia and Honorable Mukuria Kennedy and Honorable Gideon. If honorable members, you can allow, understand if maybe stop there and continue proceeding to the next item. Honorable Sadia, you have the floor. The second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the opportunity again. On onset, let me first apologize because my network is really down, because where I am, there is no network, there is no power. That's why I'm using my phone, I'm using data. That's why it was very difficult for me to get in. So I rise to second the motion because, you know, it's really so timely. When we talk about food, when we talk about agroecology, promoting food security, it is really an issue of concern because food is a matter of national security. So I'm really happy that my dear Honorable Francois has brought this motion timely. And really, you know, this motion could also take us back, you know, to think about, also appreciate, you know, our partner states who have really taken progressive moves. Like I would also, you know, take this opportunity also to appreciate the United Republic of Tanzania, Republic of Rwanda for the move they have taken. Even Uganda, you know, issues of food they have somehow addressed. So let it be an encouragement for the other partner states also. You know, also when we're in Burundi, I could see also plenty of food. And you see, when we talk about food, it's a matter of security. So when you address this element of food insecurity, you will have a well-fed population. So imagine you would have addressed issues of crimes that are related to, you know, and also you would have addressed health problem because, you know, if you have sufficient food in a country, you will not have many citizens, you know, going hungry with sickness. You know, some of the related diseases are because, you know, we don't have sufficient food. The food are not nutritious. You know, we have the money, but then to get available food is always a problem. So it is a right time that for all the partner states, you know, to appreciate, you know, the effort that have been exhibited by other partner states, you know, for bringing this up. So I really appreciate the mover, and also I really second the motion, and I urge my colleagues, given the time, I won't talk that much, but really let us support this motion. So with that, right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit. Thanks.
Thank you, Honorable Sadri, and now Honorable Mukuria Kennedy. Not reachable. Let's go to Honorable Gideon.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Let me declare that I am the member of this committee on agriculture, tourism, and natural resources. I would like to support our motion as mentioned by the chair. And I want to thank our chair for being the best chair to this committee at this time. She has been doing a lot of work. Right Honorable Speaker, I believe in a theory that relying on the external knowledge in terms of science, technology, and innovation is dangerous to food production in our region and in our own communities. We have proven it that it is very difficult for us to progress using other languages as mediums of introduction to technologies. We have seen the huge difference between those countries that are relying on their indigenous languages in how they advance in technology and science. For us to have sufficient healthy or safe food and sustainable food systems, we need to promote our own knowledge. Right Honorable Speaker, the movement, the social movement that is advocating for agroecology, for food sovereignty and food security is a movement that we need to support as parliamentarians or as regional parliaments. For us to be able to exit from being colonized in our food systems, we need freedom. Agroecology is both a science and practice that is accessible to us at our local levels. The gap between the industrialized farms and the rural farming systems is so huge. So we need to begin to think, how do we bridge that kind of a gap? How do we protect our local heritage in terms of food systems? How do we promote our local seeds? Because we cannot lose everything. Losing everything in terms of seed development, in soil erosion that interferes with the diversity, is going to be a permanent or perpetual food insecurity to us in the region. We may be looking for huge, massive production of food that may not be so much healthy or may not be even for our own benefit because it is going to be driven by big international corporations which have muscles to control our food systems. Right, Honorable Speaker, it is time now that we have to generate our own inputs using our own knowledge, our own methods, using our own affordable systems that we are able to understand ourselves so that we have properly defined system of food production, food chains, and supply in the local markets, in our markets. If we can be able to feed ourselves sufficiently with food that we produce and is sustainable, and then we would be able to resist any further colonial efforts towards food systems or food production in our region. I submit and I support the motion, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Gideon. I think that we can now give the floor to Honorable Francoise to move on to reply.
Mr. Speaker,
Right,
I
Honorable Speaker, there was
wonder if-
Honorable Guys. I think you didn't see her.
Honorable Gaiden. Honorable
Yes.
Gaiden, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Fatuma, for pointing out that I was there. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to sincerely commend the Chair of Agriculture Committee, Honorable Francois Umukiza, and the members of the committee for bringing such a timely and forward-looking motion. I will be very brief, Right Honorable Speaker, because I think the previous speakers have done justice in supporting the issues raised in the motion. Now, the motion, Right Honorable Speaker, does not only present challenges, but also offers a roadmap for a more sustainable and reliant agricultural future in the EAC. It is anchored, of course, on Article 105 of the treaty, which commits partner states to cooperate in agriculture, and also Article 110, which calls for harmonization. While this motion, Right Honorable Speaker, points out the challenges and gaps in implementing agroecology, I'd like to just stress three very brief points, Right Honorable Speaker. Agroecology is not just to improve food security, but it also advances food sovereignty. And I think it's ably presented in the motion. And how does it do that? By returning the control of the food systems to the people in the community, especially women and small handler farmers. And it also enables for people not just to feed themselves, but feed themselves with dignity and cultural relevance. Secondly, Right Honorable Speaker, agriculture also, it does improve and strengthen economic resilience by us reducing the dependency on imports and foreign controlled seeds. We open up local value chains and boost intra-regional trade. But to succeed, Right Honorable Speaker, there has to be a central development priority. And I think one of the speakers mentioned that. I look at it in this way, Right Honorable Speaker, the EAC could set up an agroecology coordination program to guide the implementation and facilitate knowledge and exchange across partner states. I mean, we're always raising all these funds for all different things within EAC, but I think we need to target the areas that are critical, such as agriculture, and how that can improve food security in the region. We can also create an agroecology innovation fund. All of these different money that we raise, we could target this area. And then by doing that fund, we could target programs towards youth and women-led cooperative, led by the EAC, and also to formalize the agroecology production in the regional trade data, so that there is a way to follow this up. Right Honorable Speaker, this is what I wanted to present briefly. And this motion, as I said before, is not just about farming, but it's about empowerment, and also it's about environmental justice and regional resilience. And we really need to ensure that our people are not only food secure, but also independent in their food sovereignty. And I wholeheartedly support this motion, Right Honorable Speaker. I support. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
I second.
Who's there?
I raised my hand.
Oh, no, the hand I am seeing
Saidi Kibea.
from Saidi Kibea, and who's that?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Honorable Saidi.
I would like to add my concern or my comment about this motion. And this is recalling that we are in a fast evolving world where countries and economic communities are working to achieve high productivity
and social transformation. While in our region, up to 70% of our populations are working in the agriculture sector. Still, we are importing wheat, sunflower oil, and so on as food products. Recalling that priority target for the ESC Agenda 2050 are targeting to constitute an upper middle income economy in the ESC region. And the motion recognized that the Council adopted, among others, the ESC Agriculture and Rural Development Policy and Strategy 2005-2030, as well as within the Industrial Development Strategy, agro-processing and fertilizers are key priority sectors to be developed in the region. We can here commend some countries who are doing many efforts in producing organic chemical fertilizers, such as Fomi Industries in Burundi, Fomi Industries in Tanzania, with a huge amount to be produced as millions of tons per year. My concern, therefore, is what is the objective of this motion, where we are just targeting to commend the organizations who facilitated capacity building for the Agriculture Committee, while we have a report on agroecology where this aspect can be, I can say, addressed. Secondly, the recommendation to the Council are made without a sound highlight of where we are in implementing the agriculture and the food security policy in the ESC. Recalling that we are 5 years ahead before reaching 2030 as the target of the policy and strategy that was cited here in this motion. And I'm thinking, what is the value addition for this motion at this right time? Recalling that many aspects of principles may be embedded in the agriculture strategy and rural development policy for the ESC. I'm here to ask the promoters of this, the mover of this motion, to explain so that we can be convinced about the value addition of this motion for this time, because we are going to recommend many aspects to the Council, while in November, we put a motion for investment fund, for example, to support innovation, to support new initiatives in the region. So let us keep priority to the assessment of the existing policy so that this aspect of agroecology can come to be addressed when the policy will be assessed about its implementation or the weaknesses that will be observed therefore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I submit.
Yes. Is there anyone who wants to contribute so that we can give the floor to the mover of the motion? As I see, it's time to give the floor to Honorable Umukiza Francoise to reply.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was just wondering if we don't have any council member in the House, yeah, for the council member to also express her or himself about their take on this before we even acknowledge the contributions.
Honorable Speaker, I've been trying to raise my hand.
It's Honorable. Honorable Sanko, we hadn't seen you. You have been trying, but
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I do support the motion. In fact, we are 5 years behind schedule, 2030, moved by the mover. I think will be it is actually a good motion, and I urge all the members who are present to support the motion so that we can pass it as quickly as possible and start implementation process. And as the mover have said, it is also good for the Council of Ministers to inject their voice, because they are the ones who will be taking action and implementing whatever that we will pass in this House. I submit.
Thank you for your brief contribution. Is there any other member who want to contribute? Because now we give the floor to the mover, and then no one will come again to be given the floor. Honorable Chair of Agriculture, you can reply.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. On the onset, I'm just glad together with the Committee on Agriculture, Tourism and Natural Resources members, and also the leadership of this committee through the clerks, Mr. Wimile Asheli, Mary Goretti, Elizabeth as the secretary, Joyce Ulo, and together with your leadership, Right Honorable Speaker, because you have been supporting us, as I acknowledge their inputs. The clerk, Clerk Obat, Clerk John Mutega, Clerk Kadonya, all of you. I can't just exhaust the list. But Mr. Speaker, before I just thank all the members of the committee who served diligently on this cause and who have come up with a motion that is a commitment to not only Eala, but to also the entire community, because we are the voices of the voiceless. Mr. Speaker, what happened in Rio de Janeiro yesterday should terrify the West, should terrify people that are just interject themselves into this matter. You know, the 17 BRICS summit that was more than, it was not more than a push like they are used to do. It was a coordinated rejection of Western power and a declaration of intent. Because a few days ago, Mr. Speaker, the city of Rio de Janeiro hosted the 17 BRICS summit, making a significant step forward for the organization amid the accelerating transformation of the global political and economic landscape. They agreed that now, under BRICS countries, they are going to not rely on the provisions, on the regulations of the WTO as they trade among themselves, on the Western influence, on the US, all those things. And this is the way to go as Africa, because we have countries of BRICS that are part of Africa. Mr. Speaker, this is a call for action. They also mentioned about their own sovereignty, that even WTO cannot, you know, ask them to implement the provision under WTO because they're not working. Like members said, now we are looking into things that can work. Innovations on board, supporting, for instance, the farmer-managed food system as EAC, as a region that is ISO certified, because what we want here is not only quality, but also practices and implementation of things to make things move forward. We are the drivers of change. We're the drivers of transformation. We can make change into climate change. Honorable Caroline expressed herself about this. We have been attending COPs with commitments, with pledges that never came. So this is high time that Africans, we take our own responsibilities, our own decisions to make sure we bring safe, sovereign food on the table. All the members that express themselves on this, even not being the members of the Committee on Agriculture, in support, as I thank them, I will name them later on. They are a part of these commitments as a game changer that trade alone cannot feed people. Yesterday, I attended a virtual meeting. I joined by interest. It was between UK and the US researchers, innovators that have found that in the chemicals that are being used, like weed killers for farming, some of them like a glyphosate, that is a weed killer chemical that is used in farming and is mostly traded in Africa, is now causing cancer. The research is over yesterday. It's not of 5 years back or, projected in the future. So this means we are injecting chemicals in our bodies, and money cannot substitute over the livelihoods, as the Honorable Francine mentioned, over EAC citizens' welfare. So when it comes to investment, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Clement, Honorable Guy Deng, Honorable Gideon, all the members mentioned about putting more money in agroecology to make sure we make things move forward, because you can see clear that our food sovereignty, our food security will be driven by only us Africans. One member said, the Western community are making sure they ascertain that the food we trade with them is bio, is organic, is safe food. But when it comes to the food that you have to eat as Africans, they trade us pesticides and herbicides that are banned in their countries. Banned completely. Mr. Speaker, I have been in various platforms and I understood that we have activists that are Europeans, that Americans now have become the voice for Africans, because as we can't talk, we can't speak for ourselves. So the white people are advocating for Africans, for those products to not come, to not be sold in Africa. Where are we? Why are we just sleeping as Africans? I wanted the council to be with us now, so that they can tell us what they think about the health livelihoods of EAC citizens. Of course, you can eat, but even without eating, we still have hunger. These meetings we attend, when they projected food security in Africa, we are in red color, Mr. Speaker. We should not be duped. We are in red color. We are not even in yellow like some countries of Asia are. We are in red color, not in green, not even in yellow, because there are 3 stages. It's high time that we get rid of these new colonialism, as mentioned by Honorable Gideon, and initiate our own farming system, because more than 60% of African land is arable land. It's a fertile land. We can move forward with this. So allow me now to thank members, starting from the members of the committee as a whole, because we could not have time to accommodate all of you, Mr. Speaker. And as I registered the commitment of members, since this is our last committee work together, I will just have to mention the names. And I can see the first name that is on the list, unfortunately the list I'm using is Honorable Shogo Mlozi, because I did like a recap of what we did. So it's time for us to really remember her work. We should have also intervened in this motion, I'm sure. And then may her soul continue to rest in peace. I immediately go with Honorable Gladness, Honorable Anastasia Manirambona, Honorable Dr. Makame, Honorable Machano, Ali Machano, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Gabriel, Honorable Victor, Honorable Maina Mwangi, Honorable Zipora Kering, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, Honorable Caroline Kayonga, Honorable Goretti, Honorable Dr. Wora, Honorable Stella, Honorable Ngate, Honorable Evariste, Honorable Amongi, Honorable Kadogo, Honorable Mary, Honorable Winnie. Mr. Speaker, I don't have words to appreciate their contribution, but I just keep them in my heart and pray God that they continue to work diligently with strength, with commitment, with dedication. In a special way, I thank Honorable Gideon. He has been stepping in on my behalf when I was unable to attend, being it, on a notice or without a notice. So I thank him in a special way. I thank the entire community. Of course, the Council of Ministers, they are not here, but they have been with us, supporting our work. I also acknowledge and appreciate the work of the Council of Ministers, as I appreciate the work of the Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, allow me to tell you, I've been working closely with the Department of the Secretariat on agriculture. Mr. Marwa Fahari, David, and your team, I really appreciate if you can hear us. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Caroline mentioned that this is 70% of our fresh water that is being polluted. Triple burden of malnutrition persists. We have social inequalities. So we need a resilient extreme weather, and agroecology will contribute to this, to reverse the situation. We are confident. Honorable Aisha, thank you very much for bringing in an aspect that is very important about pollination. Mr. Speaker, this year we celebrated the year of bees protection with a reason. Because these pesticides we are talking about, they are making our bees extinct. If they are going, they are despairing, we won't have honey anymore. You can't like honey and don't protect bees. It's important. Honorable Clement, thank you very much. Because our food sovereignty, better agriculture, we have, of course, good practices, we have successes, but that cannot eradicate stunting in children below the age of 5. We still have stunting, and we should go beyond this to find new initiatives. And I thank you very much for these initiatives. Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, thank you for bringing in this cooperation among partner states to rationalize about what we have, to have food sufficiency, and also giving importance on agroecology as in export and also in import, but focusing on farmer managed seed system as well. Honorable Fatuma, Honorable Francine, I have already mentioned about your contribution. Honorable Farhada, thank you very much. Of course, I liked your submission because you managed to put together that our agroecology is more than an alternative, which is true, because our lands, our future, our planet, our nature, they are interconnected. So what we lack is, because we are doing this misalignment you mentioned is the key of priorities. You have to make sure we align the priorities of what we want as we move forward to our food sovereignty. You mentioned the food sovereignty and also food security at the same time. Honorable Mary, my senior, you have been leading, let me call both, because we're moving together in the same car. So I've been advising me as a senior in agricultural domain. I've been the former minister. So thank you very much for your good advice and your good job as we move forward, and commitments to also continue to take this agenda forward. But for the issue of lower yields, as you said, of course, this is a motion of the assembly. The implementers are there. And with the investment, appropriate investment, Honorable Mary, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, if the same amount of money that is being invested in this conventional agriculture was invested in agroecology that supports humans, environment, that supports biodiversity, and everything across the world was invested in agriculture, we will be moving faster than we are now. Let them give it a try, and they will see. So training of our farmers was mentioned in the motion. This is what we call supporting to extension services. Those are people that will be supporting farmers. As this motion, it will be on board to support these systems. We're talking about training, of course. Yeah, very important. You visit the farmers, which is good. But as we are lucky, like you said, because at EAC, we have fertile land. Honorable Sadia, thank you very much for accepting to second this motion. As you appreciate, you mentioned countries like URT, it's true. I was hoping Honorable James to be on board, but I think he's busy with the campaigns now. But he was to give some highlights on how Tanzania is now ahead in supporting farmer managed seed system. So thank you very much for tackling this. Honorable Gideon, I already mentioned about you, Honorable Guiding. I noticed that agroecology innovation fund is needed. As I also responded to the question of Honorable Saidi, that you challenged the motion, that there is nothing new the motion is bringing in. So this is like contradictory to the inputs and interventions of other members. So the agroecology innovation fund would be different from the one we moved under CTI committee. This agriculture, of course, they go hand in hand. So please note that it is key that we support farmers don't have enough means, women, youth. What you are observing with the Gen Zs now, they can support Gen Zs to also be included. So thank you very much. Now I'm going to Honorable Dr. David Ole Sankoko. You mentioned something very important, that supporting this motion is actually should have been done yesterday. So thank you very much for bringing in this aspect of time as far as the motion is concerned. So I start now to acknowledge members so that we can clap for them like we are used to do. Honorable Caroline, I do like this. Honorable Dr. Aisha, Honorable Clement, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma Ndangiza, Honorable Francine, Honorable Farahada, Honorable Mary Mugenyi, Honorable Sadia, Honorable Gideon, Honorable Guy Deng, Honorable Saidi Kibeya, then lastly but not least, the Honorable Dr. David Ole Sankoko. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I beg to submit.
Honorable Chair, that we have to get new rules on virtual meetings, because what you're doing is an innovation and we could be using it in recognizing people. And for those who maybe do not know, Honorable Francoise has now, and is now, for us, an international expert. And everywhere she goes, she is carrying our Eala flag. She has been now every month in my office. We receive requests from different partners requesting us to allow her to participate virtually or physically, but every month. We receive requests from African Union initiatives, from United Nations initiative, European Union's regional initiatives. Thank you, Honorable Françoise, for having been capable to convince that in Eala we have experts like you. If you can try also to introduce others, colleagues here, so that you could not be going there alone, because we have members who are also interested in this food and environment issues. Try to take their hand and introduce them to these international organizations and initiatives. With this, honorable members, the motion on the floor is that this assembly will resolve to urge the EAC Council of Ministers in the partner states to promote agroecology to strengthen food sovereignty and food security. I now put the question that those in favor, raise your hands. Those to the contrary, raise your hands. Those in favor, they have it. So we do this.
Item number 3 in the order paper, report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the East African Community Payment and Settlement Systems Integration. Motion.
Chair of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges, move the motion.
Honorable Speaker, I think some people have their hands up. My chair from CTI and...
You're right. I can see Honorable Suleimans and who's that? Honorable Caroline.
Sorry,
yes.
it's a legacy hand. Sorry. It's just we haven't put down our hands. We had put them up.
Thank you.
Right, Honorable Speaker. We are sorry.
Thank you. Honorable Shabal, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I would just like to raise a matter on an issue of procedure. My committee has been considering 2 major bills. One is the East African Community Statistics Bureau, and the second one is the Standardization, Accreditation, and Conformity Assessment Bill of 2023. Both of these are council bills. And my committee has come up with a few minor amendments that actually improve the bill and are not substantive changes to the bill in any way or format. And we are requesting that we be accorded even half an hour with the council so that we can raise these issues and get them sorted out so that we can pass these bills during the current setting. Otherwise, when the committee changes, then these whole bills go back to step 1. So, Mr. Speaker, we are requesting your indulgence to see if you can facilitate this so that we dispense with these 2 outstanding bills. That's the major thing that I would like to request, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Shabal. You will be on the agenda on Monday, and you will meet with the ministers in the morning at 9, because the plenary on Monday will be in the afternoon.
Thank you, sir.
At 11.
Yes, 11 works, yes.
For you, you have the chance to meet with the minister in the morning at 9, so that when we start the plenary, we should be.
Okay.
Very good. Now we
thank you. Thank you very much.
Chair of the Committee on Legal, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the report be displayed so that the members can see? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is the report on the activity that has been conducted by our committee, the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges at Uganda. It is relating to the issue of payment and settlement system and integration project. Mr. Speaker, on the background information, the payment system are critical for financial stability, economic development, and the growth of financial ecosystem. The East African Community Secretariat is implementing the EAC payment and settlement system integration project as part of the broader effort to promote economic integration, trade, and investment in the region. The project is justified by the increasing complexity of financial technology and involving payment system, which necessitates a robust legal and regulatory framework. The project focuses on modernizing and harmonizing payment system to improve efficiency, reduce transaction costs, and foster financial inclusion. It is also support the implementation of the East Africa Monetary Union Protocol, signed in 2020. Yes.
Honorable Chair.
Yes.
I think you had to move your motion and then be seconded.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
But you have, it is as if you have gone to justify it.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you for that, and thank you for your guidance. Mr. Speaker, I move a motion that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges on the East African Community Payment and Settlement System integration be adopted. I beg to.
Do you have seconders?
I second. Speaker, I second.
You are seconded by Honorable Black, Honorable Falada, Honorable Woda, Honorable Caroline, Honorable Shabal, and others. You can now proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I've read earlier that the project focuses on modernizing and harmonizing payment system to improve efficiency, reduce transaction costs, and foster financial inclusion. It is also support the implementation of the East African Monetary Union Protocol, signed in 2013 and ratified in 2015, which advances a single currency by 2031, supported by regional central bank. The project includes components related to harmonization of financial laws and regulations, as well as capacity building for various stakeholders. Against this backdrop, the Committee on Legal Rules and Privilege collaborated with EAC Secretariat to conduct a capacity building workshop on the EAC payment and settlement system integration. The workshop aimed to enhance the committee members' understanding and enable them to contribute effectively to the development of payment and settlement system in EAC. The objectives. Mr. Speaker, the primary objective of the workshop was to equip members of the East African Legislative Assembly with a comprehensive understanding of payment and settlement system, enabling them to contribute to sound legal and regulatory framework within the EAC. The workshop aimed to provide a contextual understanding of the need for robust and effective regulations of payment system in the EAC, to familiarize participants with the legal and regulatory framework guiding payment and settlement system, to equip participants with the knowledge to contribute to the formulation and implementation of sound payment and settlement system, enable participants to apply this knowledge in their legislative oversight and representation roles. Mr. Speaker, the methodology the committee has adopted is as follows. The workshop covered the following topics. The workshop was conducted through lectures and presentation by experts to convey foundational knowledge and introduce key concepts. Case studies were included to illustrate real-world applications of the concept and the framework. Participants were encouraged to share their perspectives and experiences through interactive sessions and group discussions. The workshop covered the following topics. First, the workshop covered the overview of payments and settlement system, mobile money and payment system, standards for financial market infrastructure, the payment and settlement system in the EAC region, legal frameworks of payment and settlement system in the EAC, financial crimes, consumer protection in payment system, oversight of payment and settlement system, adjudicating financial disputes, and lastly, emerging issues in payment system. Mr. Speaker, the overview of the EAC payment and settlement system integration. Teresia Ndivo, who is EAC PSSIP manager, provided an overview of the project, which aims to modernize, harmonize, and regionally integrate payment and settlement system. The project addresses fragmented payment system and the lack of harmonized legal framework which hinder cross-border transactions. The EAC PSSIP has three main components. The first component is integration of financial market infrastructure. Here, this component focuses on creating interconnected payment system across the EAC to facilitate seamless cross-border transactions. Secondly, harmonization of financial laws and regulations. This aims to align legal frameworks across member states to support regional integration. And lastly, capacity building. On this, this component focuses on equipping stakeholders with the knowledge and the skills to implement and regulate payment system effectively. Funded by the African Development Bank with grant of UA 15 million, the project was launched in 2014 and is expected to conclude by December 31st, 2024, was expected to be concluded. Its outcome includes sound national and integrated regional, wholesale, and retail payment system, strengthening cross-border funds transfer, and improving regulatory and legislative capacity in the EAC partner states. Mr. Speaker, mobile money in payment system. Mr. Fabian Kasore from Bank of Tanzania presented on mobile money in payment system, covering its ecosystem operations, impact, and regulatory considerations. Mobile money refers to using mobile phones to transfer money, pay for goods and services, and conduct a financial transaction without traditional banking infrastructure. Mobile money has significantly increased financial inclusion, speed, efficiency, and safety in transactions. Its ecosystem includes service providers, regulators, agents, customers, merchants, and financial institutions. The regulatory considerations include frameworks for anti-money laundering, data privacy, security, interoperability, risk management, regulatory sandboxes, international cooperation, consumer education, financial literacy, and the transparency requirements. Regulatory framework. Mr. Speaker, here there is licensing. Mobile money operator needed to obtain licenses from regulatory bodies to operate legally. This ensures they meet certain standards and are subject to oversight. On consumer protection, regulations are in place to protect consumers from fraud, unfair practices, and other risks associated with money services. This includes dispute resolution mechanism and clear terms and conditions. Anti-money laundering. Here, Mr. Speaker, know your customer. This is one of the regulation. Mobile money provider must verify the identity of their customers to prevent money laundering and other illicit activities. This often involves collecting personal information and documentation. Transaction monitoring is another aspect. Here, providers are required to monitor transaction for suspicious activity and report it to the relevant authority. We have also data, privacy, and security. Mr. Speaker, user data protection. On user data protection, regulations ensure that user data is protected from unauthorized access, use, or disclosure. This includes implementing appropriate security measures and obtaining user consent for data collection and usage. Cybersecurity standards. Here, mobile money provider must adhere to cybersecurity standards to protect their systems and the data from cyber threats. Interoperability standards. Encouraging collaboration. Regulatory bodies may encourage collaboration between different mobile money provider and other financial institutions to promote interoperability and expand access to financial services. On standardization, the use of standardized protocol and technology can facilitate interoperability and reduce costs. Risk management. Here we have operational risk. Regulations address the operational risk associated with mobile money services, such as system failures, fraud, and errors. Market conduct. Regulation promote fair and transparent market practices and prevent anti-competitive behavior. On regulatory sandboxes, we have testing innovations. Here, regulatory sandboxes provide a controlled environment for testing new mobile money products and services without being subject to the full weight of regulations. On international cooperation, cross-border regulations address cross-border mobile money transaction and ensure compliance within international standards. Sharing best practices. Here, regulatory bodies may share the best practices and collaborate on regulatory issues to promote a consistent and effective regulatory framework. On consumer education and awareness, we have financial literacy programs. These programs educate consumers about money services, including their benefits, risk, and how to use them safely and effectively. Transparency requirement. Regulations requires mobile money providers to provide clear and transparent information to consumers about fees, terms, conditions, and other important details. Key features of mobile money include accessibility, convenience, and cost effectiveness. Settlement mechanism include bilateral arrangements and the use of retail switches to enable seamless transactions across various platforms. Standard for financial market infrastructure in relation to payment and the settlement system. Mr. Speaker, Mr. James Bukuku, Deputy Director of the National Payment System Department at the Bank of Uganda, highlighted the principles for financial market infrastructure. These principles provide a framework for ensuring stability, efficiency, and transparency of the payment system. Key areas include governance, risk management, settlement finality, and default management. Adopting international standards is essential to mitigate systematic risk and enhance financial stability. Examples of financial market infrastructure include high-value payment system, low-value payment system, and mobile money platforms. Principles for financial market infrastructure. The Speaker, the principles for financial market structure define basic requirements that operators must comply with to ensure stability, efficiency, and transparency in the financial market system. They aim at the promotion of financial stability, enhancement of market efficiency, reduction of systematic risk, protection of participants' interests, and ensuring fair and transparent market. Definition of principle. A principle serves as a foundation for a system influencing societal norms, behavior, reasoning, or beliefs. Application of principles. The principle apply to key areas including governance, legal basis, settlement finality, and risk management. Financial market infrastructure and assessment. High-value payment system and the low-value payment system should be periodically assessed. International organization championing the principle for financial market infrastructure. Here we have three organizations. The first one is Bank for International Settlement, International Organization Security Commission, Committee on Payment and Settlement System. International standard and best practices include large value and low payment system oversight, remittance, foreign exchange.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I raise on the procedural point of view following the rules of procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker, sitting shall, unless the Assembly otherwise resolves, the ordinary commencement at 9 a.m. in the morning up to 1 p.m. In the afternoon resumes at 2:30 p.m. In the afternoon and concludes at 6:30 p.m. Right, Honorable Speaker, following the report, and I will see that the chair is proceeding, we may not finish this report before 2. I move a motion that we add some time so that the chair concludes the presenting this debate, this report. So we also adopt, and then the Right Honorable Speaker, we can close that your will, Right Honorable Speaker.
You have seconders? There to see the seconders. I can see Honorable Umukiza Francoise, Honorable Alex Bahati, Honorable Niramana, Honorable Olivier, Honorable Tazana,
Any others? This is a very, thank you, honorable colleagues, for seconding my motion. This is a very important report that is full of a lot of knowledge. And it's not about very sensitive matters that govern our people, issues of mobile money. 90% of our people are what they depend on. People don't go to the banks anymore. People are cheated. And I think, Honorable Speaker, it's very important that we pick this very important information as members of parliament and representatives of people, so that when we intend to come up with a law, we properly understand. And is a very detailed and technical report. So I believe that the chair needs a bit of some time to present the entire report, given as a summary, and then members interact with it, and eventually we adopt a report as our working document of the Assembly. I beg to move, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Silanda. I now put to the question that those in favor of the motion raised by Honorable Silanda, raise your hand. You have Honorable Olivier, Honorable
Million.
I cannot see the name.
Million, Dr. Oda.
Yes, Honorable Sebastian. Honorable.
And
the others.
Sebastian is Gideon.
Oh, yes. Those against, you raise your hands. Those in favor, they have it.
Chair.
Proceed, Chair. Town legal.
We can't hear him.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, but the mic was off. These technology things. Mr. Speaker, we have 5 central banks' key responsibility in respect of financial market infrastructure, which includes regulation, supervision, and oversight of financial market infrastructure, powers and resources, disclosure of policies, application of principles for financial market infrastructure, and lastly, cooperation with other authorities. The oversight role, compliance with the international standards is guided by the principle of financial market infrastructure, issued by the Committee for Payment and Settlement System and the Bank for International Settlement. Legal frameworks of payments and the settlement system in the EAC region, in our region. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Richard Kwachi from the Central Bank of Kenya emphasized the importance of harmonizing laws to support regional integration and ensure the enforceability of the contract. Key legal areas include settlement finality, netting arrangements, and consumer protection. He highlighted the need for harmonized legal frameworks across the EAC to address issues such as conflict of laws, enforceability of contracts, and data protection. Countries in the EAC region, including Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda, have established legal frameworks that conform to international standards, such as the principles for financial market infrastructure. Analysis of legal frameworks, payment and settlement system in EAC region. Key laws adopted refer to anti-money laundering and combating the financing of terrorism, anti-corruption, economic crimes, banking, central banking, and civil and criminal, competition, computer misuse, and cybercrime, consumer protection, data protection, and national payment system. Settlement finality. Settlement finality is the discharge of an obligation by a transfer of funds and/or a transfer of security that have become irrevocable and unconditional. Kenya, Rwanda, and Tanzania and Uganda have established the primary payment system legal frameworks that conform to Principle 8 of the Principles for Financial Market Infrastructure. Netting arrangement. Or netting arrangement, netting arrangement is the process where parties agree to aggregate payment across agreements to simplify and reduce payment obligations. Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda have established the primary payment system legal frameworks that address netting arrangement prescriptively or descriptively. Issues on enforceability. Enforceability means the obligation assumed by the relevant parties are of a type that the courts may enforce. The oversight of payment system is an essential function of central banks. The EAC region central banks have expressed provisions on enforcement rights in their payments and settlement system laws. Conflict of law issues. Conflict of law arises where the provisions in a primary statute are not aligned with another secondary statute. Financial crimes in payment settlement system in the EAC. Mr. Richard Kwach discussed the vulnerability of the payment system to money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation financing. Robust anti-money laundering measures, including no regulation, KYC regulations, and transaction monitoring, are essential to address these risks. He emphasized the need for compliance with international standards, such as the Financial Action Task Force recommendations and regional cooperation through the Eastern and Southern African Anti-Money Laundering Group. Challenges include lack of harmonized anti-money laundering definitions, discrepancies in sanction regimes, and limited cross-border enforcement of anti-money laundering laws. Reasons why we should care. The payment system are vehicles for economic integration, but can be easily target for money laundering. The dynamism of payment system makes them potential vehicles for money laundering. Risks associated with payment system include non-face-to-face aspects, anonymity, and seamless transactions that are borderless. Financial crimes presents a major threat to regional economic development and lead to financial risk. Prevailing money laundering risk in the region. Geographical factors such as porous borders and security challenges. Abuse of opportunities presented by integration to perpetrate financial crimes, money laundering. Regional and minor and mineral resource conflicts and proxy wars, including illicit mining and trade of high-valued minerals. Existing gaps in the region. Lack of consensus on regional anti-money laundering policy framework. Lack of harmonized anti-money laundering definitions. No coordinated cross-border enforcement of anti-money laundering laws. Discrepancies in sanctions regime. Risk of money laundering watering down socio-economic gains achieved through integration. The EAC community, the East African Community Anti-Money Laundering Legal Framework. Here, Mr. Speaker, the East Africa Community Treaty Article 85, Sub-Article K, calls upon the partner state to institute measures to prevent money laundering activities in the banking industry and the capital markets, and calls for increased cooperation. Article 124, Sub-Article 5, calls upon partner states to enhance cooperation and mutual legal assistance in combating cross-border crimes. Article 124, Sub-Article 5E, talks about the protocol on combating illicit drugs trafficking in the EAC region. Article 124, Sub-Article 6 of the treaty calls for cooperation in combating terrorism. EAC protocols. We have Protocol on Peace and Security of 2013, Article 3, Sub-Article 1I, talks about combating money laundering as an area of cooperation. We have also Protocol on Establishment of the EAC Common Market. In this protocol, Article 25, Sub-Article 1B, talks about restrictions on movement of capital to combat money laundering. Global anti-money laundering initiatives and regional interlinkage. Mr. Speaker, here, global measures include policies to combat anti-money laundering, terrorist financing, and proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, all of which aim to detect, prevent, and deter the infiltration of illicit funds into the financial system. Financial Action Task Force. A global money laundering and terrorist financing watchdog issues standards and policy through FATF recommendations, settling standards for all countries to meet in tackling money laundering. There are 9 FATF-style regional bodies, including FATF. The EAC region falls within the Eastern and Southern Africa anti-money laundering. Challenges at the community level. The challenges we are facing at the community level, Mr. Speaker, are lack of consensus for anti-money laundering policy framework at the community level, lack of harmonized anti-money laundering definitions, no coordinated cross-border enforcement of anti-money laundering laws, discrepancies in the sanction regime for money laundering offenses. Consumer protection in the payment system. Ms. Josephine Nabisinja Kimbe talked about consumer protection. Sorry, she's a consumer protection expert at the Bank of Uganda, highlighted the need for transparency, fair treatment, data privacy, and effective dispute resolution mechanism to build trust in digital payment system. She emphasized the importance of legal and regulatory frameworks that protect consumer rights, ensure transparency in terms and conditions, and provide the mechanism for resolving disputes. Key areas of focus include data protection, unauthorized transaction, and liability of losses. Good practices for financial consumer protection complied by the World Bank Group. Here, we have legal and supervisory framework, which is clear, proportional, risk-based, and predictable. A comprehensive regulatory framework to protect consumers of retail payment services, including transparency and disclosure, fair treatment and business conduct, data protection and privacy, and dispute resolution mechanism. Disclosure and transparency requirements, fair treatment and business conduct, data protection and privacy that ensure lawful collection and usage of customer data, confidentiality and security of customers' information, and sharing customer information. Dispute resolution mechanism, including internal complaints handling and out-of-court formal dispute resolution mechanism. Lastly, guarantee schemes and insolvency for depositor protection. On oversight of payment and settlement system, Mr. Speaker, Mr. James Bukuku emphasized the importance of harmonized oversight frameworks across the EAC to ensure the safety, efficiency, and resilience of payment system. Oversight mechanism includes designation, monitoring, and assessment of payment system. He highlighted the role of the central bank in conducting oversight activities such as off-site monitoring, on-site examinations, and regular meetings with system operators. Regional initiatives for joint oversight activities and compliance with international standards are critical to promoting financial stability. Oversight. The payment and settlement system oversight is a central banking function and a public policy activity. It aims to ensure safety and efficiency of payment system. It involves monitoring systems, assessing them against objectives, and inducing changes when necessary. Central bank oversight ensures the financial stability of a country. It focuses on efficiency and safety system rather than individual participants. EAC regional payment system oversight initiatives. Mr. Speaker, here, EAC seeks a regional oversight framework with harmonized payment system legislation, which shall include on-site inspections, regional capacity building programs, regulatory provisions for payment instruments, and smooth operations for retail payment system. Adjudicating financial disputes. Mr. Kwach outlined processes for resolving financial disputes, including negotiation, mediation, arbitration, and litigation. Challenges including admitting electronic evidence in legal proceedings and ensuring the enforceability of judgment across borders. He emphasized the role of the central banks, courts, tribunals in overseeing dispute resolution mechanism and ensuring treatment of consumers. Comparative analysis of adjudication and evidence laws in the EAC region revealed the need for harmonized legal frameworks to address cross-border disputes. On financial dispute, Mr. Speaker, here arises when a person, financial dispute arises when a person or business owes money, a disagreement between the card or account holder and the merchant about a transaction, including double bidding and erroneously imposed charges. Adjudication. Financial dispute resolution mechanisms are usually anchored in law, derived from the Latin word judicare, meaning to judge. It is governed by formal rules of evidence and procedure. It expedites and delivers courts legal binding resolution or a legal ruling or judgment through the court system. Resolution. Resolution refers to the process of settling disagreement between parties. Basic disputes resolution mechanism includes negotiation, mediation, arbitration, and litigation. Admissibility of electronic evidence in EAC region. Electronic evidence refers to information in digital form used in legal proceedings. It includes data from devices, software, computer system, and networks. Electronic evidence can be in the form of text, video, photographs, and audio recordings. It must be relevant, authentic, and have integrity to be admissible. While metadata provide context and history, they may be manipulated. The legal requirement may include electronic signatures, timestamps, and the inscription standards. Challenges in the admissibility of electronic evidence includes providing authenticity and ensuring that the evidence has not been tampered with. Hearsay issues. Here, statement made by individual outside the courts. Those are hearsay. Maintaining a proper chain of custody for digital evidence. The complexity of technology may challenge the court's understanding. And lastly, privacy concern arise when admitting personal or sensitive information. Those are the challenges. Emerging issues in payment system. Regulatory sandbox and passporting of financial services in the EAC region. Mr. Speaker, Mr. James Bukuru discussed the regulatory sandboxes as a tool to encourage innovation while managing risk associated with fin technology and the digital currencies. Sandboxes provide a controlled environment for testing new products and services without being subject to the full weight of regulations. He also highlighted the concept of passporting, which allows financial institutions to offer services across member states without separate licenses and regulatory approvals. Passporting aims to create a seamless financial services market across the EAC, promoting economic growth and integration. Regulatory sandboxes. Sandbox, general definition, say an environment that allows one the freedom to test out a new thing without any restriction. That is the general definition. Fintech space definition as an isolated testing environment that enables users to run programs or often files without affecting the application, system, or platform on which they run. Why are central banks interested in sandboxes? Sandboxes are deployed to address risk that could be introduced in the financial sector or system to mitigate the unintended consequences of regulation, which can stifle innovation and create high barriers to entry. Importance of a sandbox. First one is encouraging innovation without cumbersome regulations, stifling creativity, facilitate partnership with the banking sector, and to cooperate blockchain technology without breaking rules, inform regulators on more inclusive regulation using an evidence-based approach, protect consumer rights through rigorous testing, enable market growth through new solutions and market segments. Passporting of financial services in the EAC region. What is passporting? The ability of financial institutions to offer services across member states without separate licenses or regulatory approvals. Relevant EAC regional legal frameworks. We have EAC Treaty, we have EAC Common Market Protocol, we have EAC Monetary Union Protocol, EAC Financial Service Committee guidelines. EAC Passporting Framework. We have EAC Monetary Union Protocol, EAC Financial Service Sector Council, EAC Capital Market Protocol, EAC Insurance Sector Council. Those are passporting frameworks. Passporting models. We have single license model, one license valid across all EAC member states. Mutual recognition model, recognition of licenses issued by one member state by others. Harmonization model. Here, standardized regulatory requirement across member states. Passporting challenges for Eala members to note. We as Eala member, we are supposed to note the following challenges. The first challenge is lack of harmonized laws, differing laws and regulations. Second is consumer protection. Here, differences in consumer protection laws, licensing and authorization. Here, it is inconsistent processes, regulatory framework differences. Here we have regulatory bodies in each country have distinct requirements. Enforcement of judgments, difficulty in enforcing judgment across borders. Data privacy, varying data protection laws and regulations. Political and economic instability. Implementation. Taxation, we have different tax regimes and regulations. Others, including infrastructure disparities and currency fluctuations. Proposed solution. Mr. Speaker, the following are the proposed solutions. First one is regional cooperation and coordination. Second one is infrastructure development. Third, harmonization of laws and regulation. Fourth, standardized licensing and authorization processes. Fifth, establishment of regional regulatory body. Sixth, enhanced consumer protection mechanism. 7th, data protection harmonization. 8th, dispute resolution mechanism. And 9th, taxation harmonization. Emerging issues in the payment system, fintech, and the digital currencies. Mr. James Bukuku explored the impact of fintech and digital currency on payment system, covering their definitions, characteristics, advantages, challenges, and regulatory consideration. Fintech combine finances and technology to improve, automate, or disrupt traditional financial services. They provide innovative solutions for payments, banking, lending, investing, and insurance. Digital currencies such as cryptocurrencies and central bank digital currencies are transforming the financial landscape by offering fast, efficient, and secure transactions. Regulatory challenges include addressing cyber security risk, ensuring compliance with anti-money laundering requirements, and managing the volatility of digital currencies. Central banks in the EAC region are considering the introduction of CDBC to enhance financial inclusion and reduce costs of printing money. Outcomes and recommendation. Mr. Speaker, these are the outcomes and recommendation. The workshop concluded with the following outcomes and recommendation. First is participant provided positive feedback, highlighting the relevance of the topic and the quality of the presentation. They emphasized the need for more such workshops to deepen their understanding of payment system and their role in the regional integration. Harmonization of the legal frameworks. There is an urgent need for harmonized legal and regulatory frameworks across the East African community. East Africa community member states to support the integration of payment system. Capacity building. Continuous capacity building programs are essential to equip legislators with the knowledge to address emerging issues in payment system. Consumer protection. Strengthening in consumer protection mechanism is critical to building trust in digital payment system. Regulatory sandbox. Regulatory sandboxes should be adopted to encourage innovation while managing risk associated with fintech and digital currencies. We have also recommended for regional cooperation. Enhanced regional cooperation is necessary to address cross-border challenges and promote economic integration. Conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the workshop successfully achieved its objectives by equipping participants with the knowledge and skills to contribute to the development and implementation of robust payments and settlement system in the EAC. The discussion and recommendation will inform future initiatives aimed at promoting financial stability and economic integration in the region. Mr. Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you for this report. And with this, I have the motion on the floor, which is that the report of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privileges of this African Community Payment and the Settlement Systems Integration be adopted. The debate is open.
Excuse me, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ndangiza.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable.
Then after you, we'll have Honorable Adodi and Honorable Aisha Miramana. Do we have others? Who come after the members?
Yes, Honorable, my hand is up.
But I wish that the members of the committee would come after others.
All those are not.
For those who are not, good. Honorable Ndangiza, are you a member?
I'm not, and that's why I'm excited to
Very good. Honorable
say
Ndangiza.
and ask you a few questions. Yeah,
and
thank you.
Honorable
Right,
Odonyi.
Honorable. Yeah.
And
I'm not a member as well.
Honorable Nyiramana. Please, honorable members, try to be short because time is running. Honorable Ndangiza, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to start by thanking the chairperson and the Committee of Legal Rules and Privileges Committee for a very good report emanating from the capacity building initiative that they had. And as we've been informed, the East African Payment and Settlement System is a project that was recently initiated by the East African Community to enhance cross-border trade, financial integration, and also accelerate our region's journey towards a seamless, efficient, and secure payment ecosystem. This project or this initiative is timely as we know that cross-border trade is critical to our regional integration. And as the motto of our community of having people-centered integration and private sector-led, it's an initiative that will not only benefit the financial markets, big companies, but also ordinary citizens doing trade across our borders, including women, young people, and farmers who trade goods across the region. This initiative, as was also alluded to, we also promote digital financial inclusion across our member states. We all know the importance of mobile or M-Pesa to our citizens. One is able today to send money to Uganda, to Kenya without having to move. And this is normally done at a low transaction cost, probably when you compare to doing it through Western Union or other complicated ways of transferring money. However, this initiative still has some challenges, such as the issue of harmonization, interconnectedness or interoperability, and also having harmonized regular frameworks. We also note that it's only a few countries, not few countries, but 5 countries of our community: Kenya, URT, Uganda, Rwanda. I don't know whether I've forgotten another one, but I think it's those 4 partner states, and yet we know we are 8 partner states. So I just wanted to know from the chairperson why other partner states are not interested in this project, or could it have started as a pilot program? Because it's important that we move together as East Africans. I would wish to see Burundi, RSS, Somalia, and the DRC also joining so that we can connect our payment system. So that is my first question. The second question I have is this initiative is funded by development partners, including ADB and World Bank. So I just wanted to know what happens at the end of this project. Is there a way that East African community or our partner states will ensure sustainability of this great initiative? Otherwise, I support this payment system that will even lay ground for monetary union and also other pillars of integration. With that, I would like to support. Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Dangiza. The chair will respond when he'll be replying to the contribution. Now, I give them to Honorable Alodi.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to first thank the committee for the report, particularly for venturing into doing this workshop on payment and settlement system, because I think it touches on the very core of our integration agenda, which ideally should be seamless cross-border trade and financial inclusion, and along the way, digital transformation. So I want to highlight a few things, a few key aspects. One, the current regional ecosystem that we have, which I think is missing a key thing. And also for the sake of information, to also talk about, you might be aware that there is a Pan-African payment settlement system, and then the ongoing rollout of the ESC payment system. So as was shared, I think it's only 4 partner states of our region that have integrated the East African payment system, which essentially enables real-time settlements in local currencies for transfers. I think this is very commendable. I know, I'm not sure if maybe some members might have seen, if you transfer money from an account in Kenya to, let's say, an account in Rwanda, it's done directly on that day. So there is no need to wait for settlement. So, but the real question here is, who is being served by these systems? Because yes, it works well for the countries where it's working, but I think it excludes retail users, mobile money operators, and informal traders, who obviously make up the majority of the actors, economic actors in the region. Honorable members, as you know, mobile payment platform process more transactions than traditional banks. And I believe across the ESC, there was a statistics where 70% of adults were using mobile wallets of some form every day to do their payments. But yet, these cross-border mobile money transactions, I think, remain fragmented, expensive, and a bit slow. So this is an obstacle when it comes to regional integration. And for our citizens, especially the small traders, and you young people, women entrepreneurs, mobile money is the financial infrastructure. So that infrastructure, I think, is missing from this payment system, unless I'm not aware that has been changed. But we definitely need to work on interoperability of the mobile money platforms across ESC platforms. And then in terms of the ESC payment system master plan, I think it offers a key roadmap for integration, where you will address issues around licensing of payment service providers. There is an issue of data privacy and security standards. And then there is also a gap where there was no uniform framework for anti-money laundering, or what they call KYCs, which is know your customers for digital financial services. So critically, there is an issue around laws and frameworks that can encompass all these problems and gaps that we're seeing. So we need to really look at it And then also we have to not see EAC in isolations because, as I said, there is the Pan-African Payment Settlement System. So we also need to make sure that that is taken care of. And maybe I'll just, lastly, I want to talk about this thing on sandboxes, regulatory sandboxes, which I know, particularly with the National Bank of Rwanda, there is a huge investment into sandboxes to make sure that fintech innovators are allowed to come up with new technologies under these sandboxes. And I also know, I think Kenya and Uganda and Tanzania, they've also issued some sandbox regulations. So this is extremely crucial in terms of initiating innovation. So also these are extremely important. So I wanted to highlight that. Yeah, those were my main contributions, and I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Alodi. Now, Honorable Aisha Miraman.
Thank you, Right Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I would like, first of all and foremost, to thank the committee for the good report and full of information for those who are not linked to technology. I think we have learned a lot for this report. And what I would like to say is this kind of system is very, very important, especially in our community, while it is found to facilitate access to essential socio-economic services. I can say, for example, in Rwanda, this system was allows residents to receive many services from government or different socio-economic payments by ensuring timely and secure delivery. It has also found to be very beneficial during the COVID-19, where it has demonstrated that it can reduce the spreading of the disease. And I think using this such system can be beneficial, especially in the community. We are talking about integration, but also to see how can increase the intra-trade among our partner states. So mine is a question I would like to ask the chair if there are kind of mechanisms which have been put in place or proposed to ensure how National Central Bank and the financial institution may comply with these regional guidelines whilst safeguarding sovereignty and consumer cross-border transaction. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving this floor, and I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Aisha. Now, Dr. Woda.
Yes, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. And on the onset, I want to really appreciate the chair of the Legal Rules and Privileges, Maulana Ngoli, and the entire committee for the well-written report. We really, I think, benefit from this capacity building, though we are not members of this committee. Right, Honorable Speaker, this community is about people. It's a people-centered and market-driven. And that's why it is really very important for us to learn and know very well about issues of money and transactions. Right, Honorable Speaker, the mobile money, I'll speak on two aspects, mobile money and money laundering. So the mobile money really has eased the life of people. Even for us in South Sudan now, we have the mobile Momo, which is really being used by people, but it is really in order for us to set regulations and also laws on this, because sometimes people fall like victim of fraud if they are not well informed, and also the mobile money operators, they really fall victims of robbery and sometimes armed robbery and theft. Right, Honorable Speaker, the report is mentioning about the vulnerability of payments especially when it comes to money laundering and terrorist finance and the proliferation of financing, which is really is a threat to our community, right, Honorable Speaker? And I know very well that the existing gaps in the region, though the treaty which is governing us has some provision like Article 85K, which calls upon partner states to institute measures to prevent money laundering, activities in banking industry, and capital market. But right, Honorable Speaker, as the report is very well telling us that there is lack of harmonizing in anti-money laundering laws. And also there is some discrepancies when it comes to sanction regime for the money laundering offenses. And we know that how money laundering really is affecting economies of many partner states, right, Honorable Speaker. That's why I really want to add my voice to the committee to urge the council to work very hard to harmonize laws and establish some regional regulatory bodies which will help us to regulate this sector, right, Honorable Speaker, in addition to also enhancing the consumer protection. Right, Honorable Speaker, with these very few remarks, because what I wanted to say was covered by some of my colleagues, I beg to support, and thank you very much.
Thank you. We give the floor to, it has been a long time, huh? Honorable Winnie.
Chair, I'm here every day. Thank you very much. Chair, I'd like to support this report. And honorable members, as we all know, the reason for the boom of mobile money usage is not only convenience, but also the ease of use, which is why people from all income backgrounds are able to use mobile money in the region. Now, my questions are, given the workshop's emphasis on the need for more capacity building, what specific programs were planned for legislators or other stakeholders to deepen their understanding of this system and their role in regional integration? How are these recommendations being translated into actionable policies and legislative initiatives to support the integration of payment in the EAC? As Honorable Aludi said, what regulatory frameworks are being developed to address the unique challenges and risks associated with fintechs and digital currencies? This is including cybersecurity and perhaps volatility of currencies. And finally, how are central banks in the region approaching the introduction of CBDCs to enhance financial inclusion while mitigating potential risks? And when sending money across the region, what currency is used as the basis to back cross-border exchange? I guess to add on to that, since we don't have a unified currency, is that part of the reason for the challenge or for countries that have not yet taken this thing up? Chair, with those few remarks, I submit.
Thank you, Honorable Winnie, for your remarks. I think that it is time to give the floor to the mover of the motion. Yeah, Honorable Siranda.
Honorable Speaker.
And Honorable Falada.
Yeah, Speaker, I would like to add as well my comment.
Mr. Speaker, Honorable Dr. Silanda will be one among those who will respond to these questions. I know he's very good on answering these questions, so I can also.
Chair, I will also support you.
Okay. So those are.
I also, Right, Honorable Speaker, I think my hand has been up for long. I don't know whether you are seeing it.
So, Mr. Speaker, we also have Musangabato. These are expertise on these areas.
Honorable Chair, let's go one by one. There are some members who wanted to contribute that didn't maybe raise their hands. I cannot see them. The voice I was hearing was from Honorable Amongini. So Honorable Amongini, after Honorable Falada, you have the floor. So, Honorable Falada, you have the floor.
Thank you, Speaker. And I would like to add some comments on the report. And I want to congratulate the chair and the team and also the members. The integration of payment and settlement system in East Africa community is the key pillar in facilitating intra-regional trade. I have a couple of questions on the policy and the legal framework. I would like to ask the chair and the team, what are the legal framework, what are the legal reforms that are required at the national and regional level to support the full integration of payment and settlement system across the East Africa community? Are all the partner states at the same level of readiness in terms of legal and institutional frameworks? If not, what is the roadmap to alignment? And how does the East Africa plan to ensure compliance and enforcement across jurisdiction with different legal system and financial laws? And thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I stand to support the report. Only on those questions that I've asked here. Thank you.
You are welcome. Now, Honorable Amongin.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker and honorable members. I would like also to add my voice to commend the report committee for the report well presented. And I would like to say that if we are to emphasize the EP
Honorable Amongin, if you can hear us, we don't really hear you. Your voice is completely disturbed. Honorable Amongin, you have issues with connection. Can you try again and maybe?
She's left. I think she'll connect again.
Oh, yes. Now we go to Honorable Siranda. Musanga Batwari.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I thank all honorable members for the questions they asked and comments they made. I'll start by the question raised by Honorable Dr. Wada. I thank you very much for asking the question about issues related to anti-money laundering. Anti-money laundering remains a priority in our region, given the increase of complexity of financial crimes and their impact on our economies and the governance systems. It is very crucial in terms of trans-border trade. I want to share with my honorable colleagues that at the national level, most countries in the Eastern and Southern Africa region have enacted anti-money laundering legislation. They have also established a financial intelligence unit. I'm happy to inform you that I worked for financial intelligence unit in Rwanda for about 7 years at the board level. And they have aligned their frameworks with the Financial Action Task Force recommendations. With all of those institutions and the way SMLAG is working, they try to fix issues of anti-money laundering within the region. Regarding at the regional level, They operate under this SMLAG, and the body facilitate peer reviews known as mutual evaluations. They do reports, regular reports, and try to indicate where there are gaps in each partner state and make recommendations. After a given time, they come back and evaluate the progress made. Yeah. To give you more information, I want to tell you that SMLAG has key functions as follows. It is in charge of promotion of compliance with international standards set by the Financial Action Task Force, conduct mutual evaluations of member countries' legal and institutional frameworks to assess their effectiveness in fighting money laundering and terrorist financing. They also provide technical assistance and training to strengthen national systems. I submit right to Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Clement, for these clarifications and informations. Now I give the floor to Honorable Siranda.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. On the onset, I am a member of this committee, and I want to appreciate our chair for the able presentation of this report. So a lot of the issues in here are very technical, like I said earlier, but it is an important process that will require an overall range of capacity building, Right Honorable Chair, in terms of really doing a seminaring and really making sure that people understand in terms of a lot of these issues. As a committee, we've been in position to learn, but you know that learning is a continuous process. And I will indulge you, Right Honorable Speaker, clerk, through you, Right Honorable Speaker, that this is a set out proper seminar or a workshop for people to understand, because we are legislators, and you cannot legislate when you don't understand what you're trying to legislate. A lot of this aspect, and I want to appreciate honorable members for the interest, is that we are trying to have the law that is harmonized for the region. And so that when you work, for instance, if I have an ATM, I can walk in any of these countries and I'll be in position to instruct, and it gives me the local shillings. What we are trying to find out within this line was a very serious contestation question. If I have deposited money in a mobile number in Burundi, I do not know which number they use in Burundi. I mean the lines, is it Vodafone, is it MTN? And I walk to Tanzania. Can I also be in position to, because we are talking about a one area network and all those that can be in position as a SMIC, etc. So can a local trader who is trading in vegetables or mboga or whatever move in place and be in position to present the same mobile money to any of the agent, and then it transfers automatically for him to be in position to acquire whatever money? What are we trying to do is about safety, that once you cross, the cross-border transaction is much safer. On the area of crime and trafficking and crime, and is something that we are trying, because many people, those days they used to trap you with a car of money and all those, and you're shot along the way. So this...
Now you'll be kidnapped and
you can be kidnapped, but you don't have the money. You know, the money is a soft copy. Is on a software, it can easily land. I can be here and just direct, and the money will be landing whatever country that you want it to go. Is one way for safety in terms of business. And for Honorable Odei, this system is complementing the Pan-African payment system and settlement, because most of the countries in East Africa are already members of the Pan-African payment system and settlement aspect. They are already members. For instance, a lot of our countries here, at least 5 of them, Uganda, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Kenya, and even Burundi, surprising on this one, they are already members. So the regional law, and of course the funding, the African Development Bank is the one that actually also funded the Pan-African one to come up with that system. So it's the same funder that is trying to maybe engage and get all regional blocks in the same system. Right, Honorable Speaker, this system helps for instant and secure cross-border payment, even in local currency, across the region. So the question of members on harmonization is a key aspect. And when you look at the recommendation, we are asking for harmonization of the laws so that we do not have one member lagging behind. And except Burundi, Honorable Ambassador Fatuma, all the other partner states, you can find the 5 original, were all part of this initiative. Burundi has had some issues, but they are committed. They are willing to respond to this mechanism. They have had internal challenges, which we recommended that the other partner states can support it. For Republic of South DRC, Somalia, and they are new and members. And of course, it's like this is not unique. The same to that of RSS is the same even on the e-passport, on the national ID. We are not at the same level and all these partner states, but we agree that all partner states should be in a position to work together with the others. When you look at the question of in terms of I've talked about harmonization. That is a key pillar that the Honorable Farad as well was speaking about, so that all of us are at the same level, and therefore we address the issues of insecurity and security together as a region, because we have a uniformed law that helps us in the region. And then, of course, consumer protection. In the difference in consumer protection laws, many of our partners, even when we have agreed to move at the payment system together, we have different laws that are dealing with issues of consumer protection and depositors protection, because there are those consumer protection, but they also must address the question of the depositor protection, that when I deposit my money, it is safer, and at whatever time I want it now as a person consuming, I can have it. Those are all issues that we think there is a need for a legal framework, a new legal framework to harmonize this. And as a region, after the understanding of what we're trying to do, then we come up with the law, because you cannot even come up with the law when you've not even studied which country is doing what, at which level all the other partner states are. And then, of course, at the end of the day, once you come up with the law, it addresses a lot of this consumer protection and a bit of those last that come in. Right, Honorable Speaker, there is a question of data privacy. You know, you go to a mobile money, they register your number. You go to another mobile money, they register your number. Then at the end of the day, they are sending you all sorts of information and sending all your number and advertising people, just pick your data and they send. And of course, every time you open that message, it is eating your data. Every time you receive a message, even from a phone line that you don't like, it is eating your data and is filling your space. And those are all aspects that we believe we must find a mechanism on how to address. You're receiving, you're moving, then also thugs now, they can say, you've won this. You know, they send you a message, you've won this particular amount of money. Even when they're not from within the phone line company, they can access your data and send you some such funny information. So there is a need for us to emphasize more on the data privacy and protection laws within our region. But Honorable Speaker, I do not want to say a lot of things, but I think to appreciate honorable colleagues and our chair that a lot of the contribution that they have brought in are contributions for us to improve. And when I opened in my contribution, the need for us to do a capacity building and also to support. In our other recommendation is to find means on how do we support as a community the other partner states that are not moving together in line with this. But honestly speaking, this is where the world has gone. You can go to some countries and you have your cash. Right, Honorable Speaker, you will not find what to buy if you're using cash. They will send you to some, maybe check at the other shop. You must, even when you have the money. This happened to me one time at the airport. I had an extra luggage and they needed me to pay. I had the cash in dollars. They refused to take it. They told me, go find a way of where you put it on some machine and you have soft copy money. So it's the right line that we are going to, and our people will be safer in this question of aspect. I believe that regional integration cannot be discussed without the question of having how we do the harmonization and move with the other countries and the world where it is going. Right, Honorable Speaker, I beg to contribute by supporting this report once entirely. I already signed. It's just my, I'm just re-echoing what the chair has said, and I want to appreciate you, Chair, and hand to you.
Information, Chair.
Information.
Yeah, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity again. There was a very crucial question raised by Honorable Fatuma Ndangiza about the EAC payment system project, which is currently donor funded. She asked what sustainability measures are in place to ensure its continuity, ownership, and so on. Right, Honorable Speaker, relying heavily on external funding raises concerns about long-term sustainability. There is two ways. One, luckily the project will be still there. The second one, partner states will mobilize the fund to incorporate or to implement this project in the partner states which are not in order or behind. I think I take this opportunity to urge the Council to speed up the implementation of EAC payment system project in partner states where they have not yet started. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I can see Honorable Alodi raising her hand during the floor.
Yes, please. I just had a small question to our members. First of all, thank you for the information you've provided. It's very helpful. But on the side of mobile money, what's the status of integrating it into the system? Because as I said, those are the people that are using more transactions. And if you can transact from M-Pesa to, let's say, MTN mobile money in Rwanda, that would be easier for most people. So I just wanted to know if you know any information on that.
Honorable Speaker, can I just a few? I think that was a big question that I said that when you go to Burundi, you deposit your money, you should be in position to come to URT and just go to a mobile money and withdraw the way I do in the bank. But the question when we raised to the technical expert then was that we are even still struggling to have a one area network. We still have a struggle to even make sure that all our calls are uniform in terms of one area network and all those. But going forward, the assurance was that if we all, first of all, come at the same page, even in terms of the 5 countries, in terms of making sure that we are at the same level, in terms of the same pace, we will be in position to deal with this, because most of our local people, they don't even have a bank account. It is even a costly bring this LC and all those. And it also moves hand in hand with the system in terms of ID, because when you register for the national ID, I mean for mobile money, you must take your details and data at the same level. The other 3 countries, Rwanda, Uganda, Kenya, can now speak about the same uniformity because the system works in tandem. So there are things that must be worked on first for us to get that level, so that when you go to a mobile money and you use your ID to register, a person in Burundi who is giving you that money, the way this bank system works, all your information comes, they are in a position to tell that you are the person that is asking for this money in line of one, and to avoid a lot of writing, register here and all those. So Honorable Alode is a right call, but it calls for us to do a lot of the other harmonization that are pending for us to get there. And then maybe once we have that and have all the other partner states on board, then we can now speak uniform at the same level. But as we speak now, we are not even at the same level of implementation. We are not at the same level of harmonizing the laws in terms of all. So the first thing to do is what this initiative or system is trying to apply is for us to get that level. Recently in Uganda, you saw the traders striking because they brought a system that we call IFRI system of paying taxes, where people have been avoiding paying taxes. They were used to go to URA, you negotiate a bit. Now there is a system at the borderline. The moment your things land, you enter them in the system, it already tells you how much you want to pay. Until we get to that level, then we will be in position now to speak that we use the same systemic for us to proceed together. But it's the right call that we should push, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Siranda. Now, Honorable Chair.
Right Honorable Speaker, again for further clarification. You know, I thought when the chair was reading and talking about mobile money, I thought it was integrated increasingly into the EAC payment systems and regional integration efforts. But from what Honorable Dr. Siranda is saying, I'm getting confused. Is it part of the 4 countries that are part of the EAC payment system? Can the mobile have this? Do they have this? Because for me, when I hear of interoperability between different mobile money providers and banks within the region, I thought they are part of this system.
Thank you, Honorable.
And maybe a problem why it is not working where they are not part of it.
Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Dangiza.
Information.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker. Procedure.
Can I continue, Right Honorable Speaker?
Procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
What's happening?
Oh, I'm sorry. I was off. I was saying that as Musanga Batwari had raised information, if we could proceed.
Yeah, thank you.
I said procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker, regarding interoperability.
I said procedure, Right Honorable Speaker.
I would like to say that.
Honorable Musanga Batwari, we have a procedural.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I think we're in the chamber and we are debating. We are not interacting to respond to the debaters. So I think the move of the motion should take note on those questions and answer. And when his time is come to reply, you have to answer those questions. So I think procedurally, we cannot just somebody who have been debating ask the question and respond again. It's not procedurally. The procedure is the move of the motion should take note on those questions, on those concern on debate. Then later on, when it's come to reply for the entire debate, we have to respond. Now it's just come that it's not only we're in the plenary, it's like we're interacting for among ourselves. I beg to submit.
Honorable Speaker, already responding, he only asked us to step in.
Honorable Kim Guy, the mover of the motion himself told us that Honorable Siranda and Musanga Batware, and maybe more knowledge in these issues, could respond to some questions raised by members when they were contributing. And that's what we are doing. After this, I give the floor to the mover so that we can proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a correct position.
So, Honorable Musanga Batware, you can proceed.
Right, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for your guidance. Regarding interoperability within the region, I can say that few partner states, such as Kenya, Rwanda, Tanzania, and Uganda, have made progress towards bilateral and regional interoperability frameworks, allowing limited cross-border mobile money transfers. However, full regional interoperability remains a work in progress due to varying technical standards, regulatory frameworks, and the work integration challenges. This was highlighted by the chairperson of the committee during the presentation. There are some partner states which are in advance and some partner states which are in progress, while some partner states have not yet started because they joined the community recently. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Clement.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Clement, I want to appreciate you once again. The Honorable Fatuma and Honorable Alode have a very key area, specifically for the local mwananchi. Interoperability is on progress. But Honorable Speaker, if I have the money, I can deposit from URT here, it will go through Safaricom and another way, and eventually it will come to my line. But what you cannot do, if I have money in MTN mobile money, I cannot pick it from here. You can deposit, it goes through some other line and eventually it will be deposited. If I have soft money on my phone right now, I can send money to Uganda, I can send money to Rwanda, but I cannot pick it. Even paying via, I have to pay via Safari, even like at Uber or something. I can use the soft copy to send it, but I cannot use it if I want the physical one. So that is, at least there is a progress, is that you can send, you've reached some level. But once the system is harmonized, eventually we'll be in position to do that. And this system moves hand in hand with other systemic issues within the EAC, Right Honorable Speaker. So it is yes at some level, but work needs to be done. And so there is urgency for us to keep pushing.
Very good. So, Honorable Chair, the mover of the motion, now you have the floor. You have to reply. Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, I sincerely thanks Honorable Dr. Siranda and Musanga Batware for their good response. They have made my work very easier. Mr. Speaker, allow me to, what has remained is only to recognize the contribution from the members. But on the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to you, Mr. Speaker, and also express my appreciation to the members of the House for the opportunity that they gave me to work as the chair of the Committee on Legal Rules and Privilege for 2.5 years. Mr. Speaker, I also extend my gratitude to the members of my committee for their unwavering support during my tenure as the chair of the committee. Truly speaking, Mr. Speaker, they made my work very easier. They were supportive to me to an extent of seeing everything's ease Mr. Speaker, in my conclusion, I would like to acknowledge the contribution from Honorable Fatuma Ndagiza, Honorable Aisha, Honorable Dr. Walda, Honorable Winnie, Honorable Falhada, Honorable Amongin, Honorable Musagabatwale, and also Dr. Selanda. Mr. Speaker, I also acknowledge, because it is a work of the committee, I also acknowledge the contribution from the clerk of the committee, Mr. Asheri Wimile, and also the assistant, the committee assistant, Mary Mkenda, and also Dr. Anatori, who replaced our clerk, Asheri Wimile. I also thank Honorable Dongo, Honorable Ambassador Matthias, Dr. Ngwaru Magembe, Honorable Kachwamba, Honorable Kanini Kega, Honorable Kim Gai, Honorable Namala Dennis, Honorable Victor, and also those Honorable Musagabatwale and Dr. Seranda. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move so that the report of the committee be adopted.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable members, we have been debating mob phones, mob money, home phones. It came in my mind this old souvenir when I could get a mob phone that I could afford myself. When I was, the first time I saw a mob phone was in 1993. And when we talk about mobile money, I remember that time I've been carrying money in small bags and going to deposit them in a bank. This world is changing, progressing quickly and quickly. I don't know where we'll be in 50 years or in 100 years. Of course, the progress is facilitating our lives positively, but sometimes it is affecting our lives negatively, and it will continue to do so. But with this, we have to be recognized and to be happy with all of these progress that have been made, because lives have been facilitated in many areas. With this, honorable members, the motion on the floor is that the report of the Committee on Legal, Rules and Privileges on the East African Community Payment and Settlement Systems integration be adopted. I put now the question that those in favor say, raise the hands.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Those to the contrary, raise your hands. Those in favor, they have it. Honorable members, we had still
item number 4.
Wait. Honorable members, we have 2 more items. But the motion that had been moved saying that we can only proceed with this motion, meaning that as the motion was seconded and that motion was understood, we have to stop here. So for tomorrow, hello, someone is. So, honorable members, we have come to the end of today's business. I now adjourn the House to Saturday, 12th July, 2025 at 11:30 a.m. This is because the Commission will have a meeting, Commission meeting at 10 a.m. And CTI will also have to meet the minister on Monday morning. They have to do it. The other thing I remind my members is that in case the consultations on this report about the allegations and everything that we couldn't consider in November. It has been 7 months. I am now urging all of the stakeholders to keep consulting so that as the report is on the agenda, so that we can consider it.
Mr. Speaker, sorry, there's one information also the clerk to tell us about the sittings.
I have not finished, Honorable Makame. I was still reminding the Uganda, Tanzanian chapter, Kenya chapter, and I hope that you have reached an agreement so that this report will be considered. How should we? This should be a kind of disaster to us. More than 200,000 money, 2,000 shillings. I was told there was even something like 300,000 shillings. We have to justify this money. And we are a human being, know what we can be addressed and what maybe it's not good to address. Honorable members, you know that even the Audit Commission has worked on this peace fund issue. They have a report, a general report, and a confidential report. Consider all of these, and please, when we get this report on the floor, we should move smoothly. I wish that we will not go back again in these this mood where we were as if we were going to fight, as if we're going to say that we will not get quorum, as if no, we are a family, we have been together, we are a team. Those who are concerned go and consult again. It has been 7 months. And when we discuss this report, we should discuss it in a normal mood. So thank you.
Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to appreciate you for the guidance and
for the spirit of bringing this report back to the House. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a report that was laid in the House, so it's a property of your House and our House, Right Honorable Speaker. Will it not be procedure right for you to guide in what areas? Because if you say countries consult, we do not have any contestation. All of us signed on the report. I think it will be important for you, Right Honorable Speaker, to guide in terms of what more consultation do you want to do, so that maybe a chair who is a spokesperson of our committee is properly guided on exactly what he should be doing for us to be in position.
I have informed that the report of that committee had not been signed by some member.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, no, you are not correct, Mr. Speaker. The report has already been signed by all the members, those who are present. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, we cannot do anything at this stage because we were supposed to table the report, and we tabled it. We can do not change anything unless we are directed by the members, because it is the report of the members. If the member in their contribution says that you go do these changes, then we can go and do. It is until we present the report to the members, they hear the report, they make their contribution, and also direct the committee to rework. And this was the advice of, I remember it was the advice of Honorable Makame when we were in Uganda. He said we can read it in camera without even involving those medias. After reading the report, then a member will say, go and change this part, and then the answer will record that. That is my observation in case of anything.
Thank you. You are right. That's what is right. That's what we'll do. I have two members who want to contribute, but on this issue, I hope that we have concluded. Honorable Makame and Honorable Musanga.
And me as well, right, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mine was just to request the clerk to make a housekeeping announcement on the issue of payment for the seating allowances, because members are inquiring about it. And we want to be on record as the commission that is concluding its tenure that we've taken care of this matter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You are welcome. He will inform you. And Musanga Batware.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to ask the way forward for the legal report on rules of procedure, not yet adopted by the plenary. I want to be guided. I submit, Right Honorable Speaker.
Which
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to be guided because in the coming days we will have
I'm coming back to
the committees.
Honorable Musanga Batware, on this issue you have raised, it's the House that will guide. If the House guides that we can consider it, now we do it. If the House guides that we should consider it when with the next committee that will come, we'll do it. Do we put it on tomorrow? Should we put it on the agenda tomorrow? We'll do it. Honorable Musanga Batware.
Yes, I can't. It can be very well if it is on the agenda tomorrow, because there was only 2 points remaining.
Chair, are you taking it?
Mr. Speaker, I know the importance. Mr. Speaker, I know the importance of this report, the report on amendment of the rules. In fact, we are going to face difficulties when the Parliament. We came back to the Parliament in October. When we come back, because of the number of members will increase, committee will not be enough. In our rules, we made a proposal for the changes of the committee, and actually, it was from the best advice of the LPD that the committee should have been aligned in accordance with the statutory provisions of our treaty. That is the work that the work that has been tabled before the Parliament, and it is important to consider it. My advice is, on those matters, members are not comfortable. We can adopt with the changes. On those matters which we are all agreeing, then we can amend the rules. I think there are very few issues there.
Information.
Procedure. We have a procedure, but you remember I have already adjourned, right? Okay. Not yet. Okay.
Not yet, because that's why, Mr. Speaker, just one thing. You see, Mr. Speaker, we had already discussed in this house that any matter that would relate to adjusting committees to increase the number of committees would require additional facilitation in terms of logistics, having more additional clerk in terms of a vacancy for clerk assistants to support the committee. So those things would require us to have a word with the council and the council to clear that so that it is reflected in the budget. We might discuss as a house and clear, but it will not be implementable until there is a budget to implement the same. So what we were saying is, it's important, and I think even that was even raised in the meeting of commission the last time we met, that it's important for us to engage with the council first, and then the council gives us support for us to increase the number of committees, and that is because we have a justification for that, but the council has not given the green light yet. So we need that before we proceed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're welcome, Honorable Kingai.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Mine is just about the adopted of the reform on legal rule and procedure. Honorable Speaker, this matter can be done anytime because the rule of procedure require anytime member can move amendment and the change. So for me, even we cannot adopt this issue of the rule of procedure virtually. It will be important for us to adopt it when we are physical, because it's a very critical issue that we need to debate it carefully, and even as also we have some new rules. So this matter, it is very clear rule of procedure that anytime it can be amended. So there no hush on that we can be hurried to adopt it tomorrow or one day. It is very clear rule of procedure. Any member can move anytime to amend the rule of procedure. So for me, the committee is there. It is only new year are going to come. Some of the committees are there. So the assembly should give priority to the next plenary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members.
I second.
Yes, honorable members, thank you. Let's transfer this proposal to the next committee on legal rules and privileges. We need enough time to discuss it. We cannot, maybe as tomorrow, within 30 minutes, rush and maybe when do we need to consider all these issues and decide. So with this, honorable members.
Right, Honorable Speaker, you had given me permission to speak.
Honorable Akol-Rose, you have the floor.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is, I'm just giving my opinion on the issue of the report that was laid on table in Entebbe, yes, at Kampala, by the committee on, I think it was also on.
Honorable Akol-Rose,
Yes.
as that report will be on the agenda and that it's the House that will guide, would you accept to maybe to give your contribution or remarks when it will be debated?
Before the report comes, Right Honorable Speaker, my request was, the issue was so contentious that
Yes.
even reading it on the floor, we were denied quorum. So to avoid this scenario again, my request was that you as the head of the House, you meet the two parties and agree on the way forward, which is comfortable to the two parties. Because we might bring it on the floor and say it will be read in camera, and still we will be denied quorum. So we need to be assured that the two parties have accepted and that we shall continue with the report in accordance with what they have accepted, Right Honorable. That's the opinion I want.
Honorable Akol-Rose, from my side, I went physically in Nairobi to meet the minister, the chair. I met the members. I met the chair of the chapter. I was even in contact with him 2 or 3 days ago on this matter, early morning. And on the Tanzanian side, I have talked to the members, even to the minister in charge of EAC. For me, as a speaker, I think I did what I could do. Now, after 7 months, I am still encouraging them to reach an agreement. And I hope that's why I'm saying that I hope that they reached something. Because what I don't want me is to find that we should again be quarreling in a kind of drama, in a kind of this or that. I need harmony, I need consensus, I need unity. This is what I need for this House. And it's all. With this, honorable members, Honorable Makame, do you still need the floor? Maybe
sorry, I forgot to lower the hand. Let me just lower it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, honorable members, I adjourned the House to Saturday, 12th of July 2025 at 11:30. The commission will meet at 10 a.m. tomorrow. This House is adjourned.
Thank you, Speaker.
Shukran. Good day.
Thank you very much.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Right Honorable Speaker.
Bye, members. See you on Saturday.
Bye, Honorable Faraha. The Saturday is it tomorrow after tomorrow?
I know. I don't want to remind myself it's tomorrow.
It's tomorrow.
Let's remain it.
It's not too
Saturday.
far from now.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
Sorry, I couldn't contribute to our report and the motion. My network was really disturbing me, and this is the badness of the